The Orange County Board of Education is now called to order. The time is approximately 2:35, and today is May 5th, 2021. And for the benefit of the record, this meeting is called to order, and lots of good things are going to happen today. I'll say more as the meeting continues after closed session. But for now, maybe we have roll call, Nina?
Trustee Shaw,
Here.
Trustee Gomez, Trustee Sparks,
Here.
Vice President Barkey,
Here.
and President Williams.
I am here, and for the record, Trustee Gomez will be joining us a little bit later. We had a couple early items to our agenda, and she had already meetings that were prearranged, so she will be with us fairly shortly. Moving on with the agenda, I will make the motion to adopt the agenda as well as polling number 7 from the consent calendar to be discussed and voted separately at the same time. And I will need a second on that motion to
I'll
adopt
second
the
that.
agenda. Seconded. Any discussion? Barring no further discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Lisa?
Aye.
Very good. Motion passes 4-0 with Trustee Gomez not being present at this time. At this time, the agenda will go into closed session, and I'll give time for the audiovisual to bring us into closed session. We're good? Okay. Okay, the Board of Education is back into session, out of closed session, and I want to honor all of the great men and women who are here, those who serve the country by leading us by faith and service, and as well as those who give their lives for our liberties and freedoms. Thank you, gentlemen. Today is a very special day. We have Cinco de Mayo, which is an honor to our Hispanic community. And just to remind everybody, Cinco de Mayo is not Mexican Independence Day. It is in the memory of the Battle of Puebla, which occurred way back in the 1800s. And we celebrate, it's a part of the California culture and part of the Mexican-American culture. The other part of this meeting today that makes it very special is, of course, we had the good Dr. Jack Bedell, who had been with us as a colleague for 12, 13, 14 years, a long time here alongside of us, and he passed away. And we're going to have a little memorial video later on. And of course, for me personally, this is a very special month because we get to honor those great heroes of our country in honoring our veterans who sacrificed their lives for our liberties and freedoms. And so we do have our Memorial Day, which will be led in just a few moments by the wonderful students at our Sunburst Academy. They're at the Los Alamitos facilities up there. And then, of course, we have the essay, which is exciting because you get to actually feel what these young people who we're going to be passing the torch to, how they feel about this great country and the sacrifice of the veterans who gave their lives and who continue to serve our great country. So this is a very special meeting for me. Nothing is rehearsed, nothing is planned. So if I mess up, I'll take the bad for it. Again, it's a pleasure to be here. As we do, it is our custom to begin our meeting with an invocation. And we're very honored to have the good Rabbi Levi, who is the board president for the Orange County Board of Rabbis here in Orange County. He is a transplant to Orange County, having 4 children who have been and attended schools here in Orange County. And we thank you, Rabbi, for being here and sharing your grace and charity to our community.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here. I am Rabbi Peter Levy, rabbi here in Orange County for 15 years, current president of the Orange County Board of Rabbis. And I'd love to share a piece of ancient Jewish wisdom from the sages that say, if you teach someone wisdom, it's as if you gave birth to them. And that's an awesome responsibility for our teachers and our educators, that these children in our classes, teaching them the wisdom that we have is as if we gave birth to them. That type of close, that's the relationship. And it's so important that that's an awesome responsibility, right, that goes straight up to certainly all of you as our elected officials and leaders here. And of course, students learn best when they know that they're loved in their family and that they belong and that they're included. And that's true regardless of their race, religion, country of origin, physical or mental abilities, sexual orientation, or gender identity. It's particularly vulnerable, we learn, for students that are lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, or queer, that have particularly felt the sting of not belonging in their communities. We learn that everyone's made in God's holy image. Everyone deserves equal respect and knowing that they belong and are part of their school communities. Because when they know that they belong and included, they can do what we do best, which is teach our kids. Now, I love the guidelines that were given to all of us who do invocations here, that no one should be denigrated during an invocation. And more than just the religious leaders who come and offer the convocations, right? I suggest that particularly the leaders, right, the elected leaders, also make sure that no one is ever denigrated in your meetings, in this space, in this time when we're trying to address the education of our children. Leaders must lead and must speak out when anyone's denigrated. The community is highly mindful of what happened last month in this place, when inappropriate Holocaust comparisons were made based on vaccine protocols that are either real or perceived. No one ever needs to make Holocaust comparisons. No one needs to ever invoke the murder of millions of people in order to make their cause and their issues more legitimate. It does nothing to serve the memory of those who were murdered in the Holocaust, and it trivializes Holocaust memory and does not serve to prevent genocide moving forward. In fact, one thing that we do learn, so I implore you to please call that out. Now, I know you selves don't do that, but when it happens in your meetings, state your values going forward. Another great way to state our values going forward is to uplift the voices of those who are marginalized. And I know ethnic studies is a major California concern, but ethnic studies is a way to uplift the voices and the stories of those who are marginalized. Research shows that appropriate learning in ethnic studies helps fight against hate. It increases empathy, it increases critical thinking, and it increases students standing up for others who are pushed to the side. Now, the curriculum that was first introduced 4 drafts ago was highly problematic. But the 4th curriculum, which was embraced in March by the California Department of Education, is endorsed by everyone in the mainstream. So I encourage you to embrace that latest 4th curriculum embraced by the California Department of Education to help stem the tide of hate, to send the message that everyone belongs. This is the job of education. This is the job of raising our children. So I thank you for your time and for your ears, and may good blessings be brought upon all of our lives and our institutions. Thank you.
Very good, very good. Thank you, Rabbi. Moving on with our meeting now, we're going to have the color guard. It will present color, and I will pass it to the Sunburst Academy leadership at this point. And you may stand in respect.
Color hope, laughter, march. Color guard, hope. Present, color.
And we will be led in the Pledge of Allegiance by Major General Mall, who served this great country in Grenada. If you can come up, sir, and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And I'm very proud to announce that our national anthem will be sung by Cadet Gomez.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, General, for leading us in the pledge. At this time, we're going to be having a video presentation of the good Dr. Jack Bedell. And if you can, go ahead and cue that up. That was very nice, and thank you to the staff that created that. It is with great honor and joy that we have the presentation of the 7th Annual Jack Hammond Memorial Day Essay Contest. And we'll be highlighting the participants and winners. And if I can have Mr. Scott Williams, if you can get up and give us a little background on Mr. Jack Hammett, who he was and what he represented and what he has done to make your organization, the Freedom Committee, as great as it is.
Yeah, Jack would appreciate the event that you've just had. Warrant Officer Jack R. Hammett, United States Army, retired. Mr. Hammett was stationed at the U.S. Naval Hospital, Pearl Harbor, territory of Hawaii, when the Imperial Japanese Navy launched in an attack on December 7th, 1941. He was a Navy hospital corpsman, and his duty was caring for the wounded and identifying the dead. Now, he joined the Army, he joined the Navy at 17 in a high school program they had, and he became active duty when he turned 18. So now at 18 or 21 years old, he happens to be in the start of World War II. So you can try to prepare for something, but the enemy is going to dictate the terms. He continued his naval career after Pearl Harbor, serving all theaters of World War II, and again during the Korean conflict with the Marines. He retired from active duty in 1959 with 22 years of active service. He then became an administrator, CEO of Bristol Park Medical Groups, which was at that time Bristol and Baker, I believe. During those years, he also served as a senior police reserve officer, planning commissioner, city councilman, and mayor of Costa Mesa. He kept busy. He also received a license, was a licensed commercial pilot and instructor both in fixed wing and helicopter aircraft. Jack married Mary Jo Goncalves in February 1940. And just prior to her passing in 2011, they celebrated 71 years of marriage. And Mary Jo was I think, one of 3 daughters of a Portuguese fisherman in San Pedro, who was fished out of San Pedro. And so Jack, at the young age, I think of that time, was 19, had to convince the dad that he was a worthy individual, which Jack did. He spoke very well, and I think he got an extra job playing the saxophone on weekends in the Long Beach when that was a naval area. They had 4 children, 6 grandchildren, and 2 great-grandchildren. Then in 1990, he still had enough energy to participate with other combat veterans in bringing living history, those that lived it, going into the classrooms and present it with other combat veterans. The Freedom Committee still continues today. The Freedom Committee of Orange County is a nonprofit public benefit corporation with 501c3 status, whose military combat members have lectured to over 100,000 students in the past 10 years. He concluded his talk with a request to the next generation. I've told you my story, and you may do with it as you like. I have one request, he would say. Please take care of my country. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Scott. And I would like to draw attention to the individuals who make the Freedom Committee here of Orange County function. That's our board of directors. So if I can have you all stand. General William Mall, Major Harvard, Captain Richards, First Lieutenant Matter, First Lieutenant Scott Williams, Senior Greg Tiggle, Corporal Dwight Hanson. If you can all stand up. Thank you, sirs. Thank you all for serving this great country and for passing that torch. Part of what you do is passing the torch of liberty to the future generations. That's what you see here today with all these young men and women here. They're going to be doing that, and you are the example. Thank you so much for what you have done. And before I bring up our good Jeff Hettenberger, I want to acknowledge the staff there at Sunburst Academy. If you all could stand and just yell out your name, your rank, and what you do, and we'd love to hear from you.
I'm Master Edwards. I'm the Commandant at Sunburst Youth Academy.
Tech Sergeant Uribe, I'm a case manager at the Sunburst Youth Academy.
I am Locke Tilt, and I am in the RPM department, Recruitment Placement Mentoring at Sunburst.
And I'm Chief Lee. I'm one of the counselors at Sunburst.
My name is Staff Sergeant Chang. I'm one of the platoon sergeants at the academy.
Thank you, Mr. Chang. We have one little guy laying on the ground there. If you can tell us who he is and what type of specialty he is.
He's Cooper, and he's a service dog.
Awesome. And I want to give acknowledgement to Orange County Sheriff, who's here to give us security. Thank you for being here, ma'am. Thank you for your service. Okay, as we go on with the special awards presentation, Dr. Hettenberger, will you please come up and lead us?
Thank you, Dr. Williams, members of the board, Superintendent Mijares. Access is OCDE's outstanding, nationally recognized alternative education program offering transformative learning experiences and supports to students across Orange County. The Access team deeply appreciates the opportunity for Access students to participate in the annual Jack Hammett Memorial Day Essay Contest. Students were invited to participate from across the Access program, and we had 35 submissions from many different areas of the county. In attendance today, as you pointed out, Dr. Williams, are some of our wonderful team members, students, and partners from Sunburst Youth Challenge Academy. You've already met the wonderful Sunburst Color Guard. Thank you, cadets, for your wonderful presentation. Allow me to introduce two wonderful leaders from the Sunburst program. First, our amazing Sunburst principal, Dina Ismail. And if I could ask you to stand, Dina. Thank you. And it is also a delight to introduce the outstanding director of Sunburst for the California National Guard, Major Gilbert Sanchez. These two leaders have done extraordinary work together this year with their teams to sustain learning for the cadets at Sunburst in the most challenging circumstances of our lifetimes. We are honored to have them with us today. And with us today also is Rhonda McDonald, one of our great teachers from Sunburst. Rhonda, if you would stand. And I echo Dr. Williams' thanks to the outstanding National Guard staff who do such fantastic work with the cadets. We deeply appreciate you and thank you for being here. Now, to our students and their essays. Students today are being recognized as the first, second, and third place awardees, as well as honorable mentions. We are very proud of the work of our students and of the teachers, administrators, and staff who support them. And thank you, members of the board, for your financial contributions that have made these awards possible today. We deeply appreciate that. Board members, you have been provided copies of the essays in your folders. I will read the names of the honorees, and then we will have the opportunity to have a student read the winning essay. Some of the students and families are joining us via the YouTube link for this segment. We welcome all of you, and thank you for tuning in. Let me first recognize the students who received an honorable mention recognition for their outstanding essays. Each of these students will receive $25. First, Isaac Castillo from Otto Fisher School, teacher Alan Catadal. Congratulations, Isaac. Next, Jose Copal from Rio Contiguo School, teacher Julia Wang. Bravo, Jose. Next, Aiden Coughlin from Century Day School, teacher Rafael Nguyen. Congratulations, Aiden. Next, Victoria Angelica Martinez from Rio Contiguo School, teacher Julia Wang. Well done, Victoria. Next, Angel Munoz from Fisher School, teacher Alan Catadal. Next, Cadet Christopher Ramirez from Sunburst Youth Challenge Academy, teacher Mike Gill. Congratulations, Cadet Ramirez. And by the way, congratulations are in order as well for each of these outstanding teachers, some of whose names you will hear more than once. Next, Dina Silver from Century Day School, teacher Rafael Nguyen. Well done, Dina. Next, Isabella Tanush from Tustin Main School, teacher Brian Lynn. Bravo, Isabella. And our final two, both from Sunburst Youth Challenge Academy and both students of teacher Mike Gill, Cadet Victor Villegas and Cadet Johnny Zavala. Congratulations, cadets. Students, we greet all of you and your families who are watching online and who are so very proud of you. Now I'm delighted to recognize the writers of our top 3 essays. Our third place awardee and winner of $150, Eric Perez from Otto Fisher School, teacher Robin Russell. Congratulations, Eric, and let's give a nice round of applause to Eric. Our second place awardee and winner of a $250 prize, Cadet Edwin Perez from Sunburst, teacher Mike Gill. Congratulations, Cadet Perez, and let's hear it for him. And first place awardee and winner of a $350 prize, Cadet Vincent Wilson from Sunburst Youth Challenge Academy, teacher Carrie Schultz. Congratulations, Cadet Wilson. I'm going to read a short bio for Cadet Wilson, and then he's going to come forward and read his essay to you. Cadet Vincent Wilson is currently an 11th grader at Sunburst Youth Academy. From Huntington Beach, Wilson came to Sunburst because he wanted to make a change in his life. He saw people around him who had made mistakes, and he wanted to chart a different path for himself and learn skills that would help him be successful in the real world. Since becoming a Sunburst cadet, Wilson has made major academic gains and has earned honor roll. He has also stepped up in leadership roles, including joining the Color Guard and becoming the Student Council Vice President. Cadet Wilson says that one of the most important lessons he has learned at Sunburst is that he can wake up early and be on time, and even that simple lesson will make a difference in his life to help him reach his goals. Now, let's hear Cadet Wilson's winning essay. Welcome to the podium, Cadet Wilson.
In honor of the soldiers that have sacrificed their freedoms for mine, I have composed this essay. I hope that all who can read this can see the holidays through the same lenses as I do. And I hope that any veterans or family of veterans, I hope that they can all relate to the experiences and emotions that I feel for this distinguished holiday. Memorial Day is a day of remembrance of the soldiers that have fallen. Although most of my friends and neighbors saw this as a 3-day weekend or time off of school and work, there were few people that would spend the holiday remembering the men and women who sacrificed their lives. When I was young, I would spend the Memorial Day with my great-grandfather listening to stories of his time in the U.S. military. I'd ask many questions about what war was like and what his role was in the Army. I'd ask many questions about how him and my great-uncle would spend during World War II. One of the stories that my great-uncle told me was when he got captured by the Italians in World War II. He told me how fortunate he was to be able to luckily escape, and he always told me how he was grateful for those who sacrificed their lives for his. Years later, after they both passed away, I'd spend the Memorial Day holiday remembering them. I'd often share the stories that I heard from my great-grandfather and my great-uncle with my friends. And I'd slowly, over the years, the holiday became more about remembering them to me. When I was 12 years old, I met a very good friend, brother, who was from the Marines. He was an overly cheerful guy who wouldn't raise his voice at anything, and he'd answer my questions about the military and what he did as a medic. Through his stories, we got to see what Memorial Day meant to him. His stories were honoring the friends and brothers that he lost during his time at Desert Storm, and he told me the time when he was ambushed in Baghdad and sadly lost many friends and brothers that day. He told me he got lucky, he was saved and pushed into an alleyway, and he waited there for reinforcements to come. For years, I'd go visit him and listen to him reminisce about his unit. After 2 years, I started to refer to him as my uncle. He became the family that I didn't really have, and he set a good example for me and friends that I introduced in the hopes of changing our situations for the better. Thankfully, we would spend the Memorial Day together to keep each other in check and to remember the family that we shared by choice. I'm forever grateful for these experiences and lessons from these great people, and I hope to honor them by becoming the person I am today. I'd like to emphasize the importance of remembering these valiant soldiers and spending time with those we hold close to us.
Scott, that's what the Freedom Committee has passed to this next generation, that love for country, that love for the individuals who gave their lives for our liberties and freedoms. And to the staff there at Sunburst, thumbs up. Great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Cadet Wilson. In closing, I would like to recognize our Access team members that have supported these students in addition to their teachers. Special thanks to Access Director, Dr. Katie Ramazani, CCPA Principal, Mr. Dave Connor, our teachers on special assignment, Ryan Hinkle and Gavin Gates, Program Specialist Gina Reed, and Access Executive Assistant Virginia Castillo for organizing the contest. These students will be presented with their certificate and cash awards by their outstanding principals. Thank you, President Wilson and members of the board, for your support. And special thanks to our veterans whom we honor today. I turn it back over to you, President Williams.
Thank you, Jeff. Are we going to be giving the certificates
Yes.
now?
And actually, we have the first and second place certificates and their prize. And if the board members would come down, then we'd
Okay.
take a photo op as you do the presentation to both first and second place. We will ask cadets. Perez, you were second place? Come on up. And cadet was, okay, just come on over here to this side. And then after she takes a picture, stay put so that the cadre can also get closer to take a picture. Certainly up to you. It's Major. Cadre, Major. Dina, cadre. Do you all want to be in the picture, cadre, Commandant? Oh, okay. Superintendent? Okay. The students would like the county superintendent. Do you want to get in so that you can take one after? Okay. We can also send them to you. We can also send you copies. Thank you.
Next up is Mr. Vincent Wilson, who just told me that when he gets completed with his high school, he's going to join the U.S. Navy. Isn't
Right.
that special? Congratulations, first place winner of our.
No.
And again, thank you all for coming. As you can see, Jack Hammett, a picture of him, he is the founder of the Freedom Committee. And again, thank you, Freedom Committee. Thank you for all who have come here. We're going to take about a 5-minute break before public comments. So again, God bless you and Godspeed. Take care.
Thank you all for your service.
Education is back into session. Thank you for being patient out there. We had our special awards presentation. We had our Sunburst Color Guard and the award of the essay contest of the Jack R. Hammett Memorial Day essays, which was very moving. So as we move on with our board agenda, we are under public comments. We will report out from closed session after public comments before informational items. Mary, who is up for public comments?
Brian? Do we have a Brian? Brian Klonder? Is he in the house? All right. But we could start
21.
with Florida and come back to, oh, is that Brian? Is that Brian? Okay, yep. Do we want to start with, is Florida here, and then we can do Brian second?
Oh, here comes
Oh,
Brian.
here's Brian. You're next, Florida. You're on deck.
So Florida, if you want to come up and stand behind, that'd be fine. And if you're going to come up and speak, you can take off your mask to speak clearly and distinctly. Yeah, come up here to the podium. So just give us your first name. You don't have to give us anything else.
All right, good. Credit cards?
Okay, let's go down memory lane real quick and do the trust the science thing, shall we? No flies on me, thanks to DDT. Let the magic mineral asbestos protect the buildings forever. In retrospect, millions were affected because of what? Money and greed. Good evening, my name is Brian Klender, and I'm speaking in protest of the vaccine passports. Is this really about safety or an agenda? A few facts. SARS-1 is the predecessor to SARS-2, right? Which has which shares an 80% genomic makeup to COVID. So, but a viable vaccine was never made. In fact, for SARS-1. In fact, it killed all the animals that were given the virus again after they were vaccinated. Why? Because of a cytokine war. So it was which is basically a fancy way of saying immune system overload. So maybe that's why they bypassed all the animal studies. So all these years of effort and zilch, right? But voila, in 2 days, Moderna was able to come up with the actual computer program for it. So yes, that's a big question everyone should wonder. So a few facts. We have the 4 biggies. We have J&J, we have AstraZeneca, we have Pfizer and Moderna. Both J&J and AstraZeneca are both pulled right now because of safety concerns. So now we have Dr. Yeadon, which is the ex-vice president and the chief scientific officer, which calls it evil and meant for global depopulation. And they want to give you the shots forever for Pfizer. Why? That still leaves us with Moderna, Bill Gates' love child. We wouldn't exist without him and his funding. Now remember his words. He said we can reduce the world's population through vaccines. Why? Because of eugenics. Remember his dad ran Planned Parenthood. That's Margaret Sanger's love child, a staunch eugenics, with 60 million dead babies as her legacy. Ouch. Would you not agree that it was good to look at the goals and character of the people behind this? So when I see Melinda Gates with an upside-down cross and Gates with a satanic affiliation of Marana Abramovich and spirit cooking, and then I look at Moderna's ingredients, luciferin delivered in increments of 66.6, luciferase in the future, and his plans to track you with an RFID chip, patent number WO2020060606, that pesky number again, right? I could give you a detailed format of everything in a pre-planned detail for this agenda. Remember, the World Bank has this funded COVID up to 2025, right? And then future loans up to 2029. So that all coincides with Agenda 21, 2030. And I hope nobody believes a word I said and actually looks up everything, because this isn't about COVID whatsoever. It's about an agenda. So please, even pop up Google tonight, Georgia Guidestones. And just as a Christian has its commandments, you'll look at the Georgia Guidestones and you'll see their number one, maintain population under 500 million. And as I end, whether you're pro or anti-vax, no one has a right to force their venom in you. Because at some point you might decline, but you signed into law your own noose if you do this for forced vaccinations and the global passport. So thank you so much for letting me speak, and I hope I was heard. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So Florida is next. And then we have Robert on deck after Florida.
Thank
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to speak to the board. I want to take just a little of time to personally thank the board. I am a parent of two children who attend the Unified School District of Orange, the city of Orange. I have to say, based upon the management of this board, both of my kids, I would say, are special needs kids. And based on your great direction, I did have my youngest actually graduate from her IEP program in 2020. She entered it maybe, I want to say, 8 years ago, and she was thought hopeless, so I do want to thank you for that. I also want to thank the board as well in regards to my eldest, who was able to graduate El Medina with honors 2 years ago. She suffered from alopecia areata, and she was able to attend school bald and have all that wonderful social support. So thank you so much for your leadership on that. Last thing I want to thank, and I do want to go ahead and present this to the people attending this meeting, is I do really appreciate the decision that this board made. I believe it was about last year, to go ahead and reopen the schools without any restrictions. That was my understanding. For some reason, the execution on that proposal was never sought through, at least in regards to the Orange Unified District, and that's something I will be addressing with them later. So I want to start with that. So I am here today to support the resolution not to utilize the digital passport as a requirement for attendance. So what the approach that I will be taking with the board today is I will actually rely on the other citizens here that are vigilant here to attend and provide necessary data regarding COVID. What I wanted to present to the board was a proposal that focused on the concern I hold regarding the lack of public awareness of vaccine alternatives. And it's not really a vaccine, really, we're talking about an experimental medical device, which I know, these other citizens will provide you a little bit more information in regards to. What I want to do is present to the board a guide to COVID home-based treatment, a step-by-step guide for doctors. This is something that I actually came across while searching for just answers. And I became aware of this guide in a taped video conference from a doctor named Dr. Peter McAuliffe, where he actually addressed, on March 10th, he addressed the Washington State Board of Health and Director of Health. So in this meeting, Dr. McAuliffe was addressing the hesitancy for doctors to treat COVID-19. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought I had 30 minutes. Oh, 3 minutes. Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, well, thank you so much. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. All right. We have Robert up next, and then we have Saga on deck. Is Saga in the room?
I'm Robert Loughton for item 14, resolution. Vote yes on the resolution to make things more difficult for some local school boards to vaccinate K-12 children absent parents' consent or knowledge. Quoting from a headline from the Washington Examiner, Pfizer to ask for FDA authorization of vaccine for children age 2 to 11. And also in the same article, the company plans to submit a request for expanded use authorization from the Food and Drug Administration to use the 2-dose vaccine for children 6 months to 2 years old before the end of the year. So obviously, if Pfizer would not be requesting additional EUAs, emergency youth authorizations, unless they knew that parental consent is not required or there is a parental consent workaround. And quoting from another source, mRNA vaccines, Pfizer and Moderna COVID-19 vaccines are mRNA messenger vaccines. mRNA vaccines alter the natural immune system in such a way that it would greatly overreact when the victim is exposed later to any pathogen, including the common cold. They will be attacked by their own immune system, a process known as autoimmune disorder. These attacks are more deadly than the disease itself. And the way some school districts will get around the parental consent order, some school boards will send an opt-out letter to parents, and in the opt-out letter, it will try to convince parents that, hey, this COVID vaccine is just like any other vaccine, like the flu vaccine. And then the letter will try to convince parents that the vaccine is just another required vaccine from the state of California. The opt-out will explain the procedure for opting out that will be nearly impossible to accomplish. And that's how they're going to get some school districts will get around parental consent. Okay, just in time. Thank you,
sir.
Thank you. Is Saga here?
Saga's up, sorry.
You're next.
Who's after Saga?
And after Saga, we have Elizabeth on deck.
Good evening, Honorable Board of OCDE and trustees. My name is Saga, a first-generation American with roots in communist China. I'm co-founder and a secretary of the Californians for Equal Rights Foundation. I'm a mother of two and a civil rights advocate. Most importantly, I am an American by choice. This great country has offered me abundant opportunities to realize my dream, and it has nothing to do with my race, skin color, and national origin. I'm alarmed by radical changes in our education system crystallized into critical ethnic studies and critical race theory, or say CRT. I see CRT as an illiberal and un-American attack on our fundamental values. It certainly will not lift anybody up, including any racial minority. It divides, distracts, yet never really helps. We must fight back against race pandering, political indoctrination, and toxic identity politics. CRT is rooted in unverified half-truths about systemic racism, neo-Marxist race struggle, and perpetual victimhood. We are better than that. Our one eternal truth about America has stood the test of time. We are one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You don't have to be a superhero to defend the truth against lies. Let's start right now, right here, folks. Get involved with your local groups. Pay attention to what your children are learning. Participate in forums, school board meetings, PTA meetings. Demand accountability, transparency, and diverse viewpoints. Talk to your neighbors, friends, reporters, and elected representatives about this dangerous doctrine and its repercussions on our communities. On the right side of truth and morality, we can take down this monstrosity. We are all Americans in the core. Don't divide us. Say no to critical race theory. Thank you.
Next, we have Elizabeth, and we have Jeff on deck.
Thank you for your time and your service in public office. I'm a university professor in Orange County, and I'd like to speak about critical race theory as well in the ethnic studies model curriculum, which is being implemented in public schools here. Studying history, racism, other cultures, and our own are laudable and necessary projects. But if you think that this curriculum is in the interests of fighting racism and prejudice, I urge you to take a closer look. It is not what it seems. Critical race theory, as it has been adopted into syllabi, workshops, webinars, training sessions, and now the ethnic studies curriculum, teaches students, staff, teachers, and now pre-college school children that white people are racist oppressors and people of color are oppressed victims, including themselves. This is presented as fact, not theory. This should not be education. It's an ideology, and it is psychological abuse. It promotes division between races. It is the opposite of what it claims to be. Proponents often say that opponents of this are unaware of and unwilling to understand both history and our present moment. But if anything, many of us are far too aware. Labeling one race as inherently bad and others as victims is a method seen throughout history all over the world. We have seen it in the case of Jewish people in Nazi Germany. I have no skin in the game, so to speak. I have no children in the public schools. I don't vote. I'm not a conservative or a Democrat, although until this change in education, I would have considered myself aligned with the latter. I'm not American, and I'm still speaking up. The ethnic studies model curriculum and the critical race theory that informs it intensifies race consciousness, asking us to see each other and ourselves first and foremost in terms of our race. Associated with our race are stereotypes about Black people, white people, Hispanic people, Asian American people, etc. This confiscates personal individuality, the freedom to be who we are. You can't teach this curriculum without this kind of discrimination based on race. It is racism practiced in order to supposedly bring about a better world. If we don't subscribe to race essentialism and subsequent divisions between races, we should ensure public institutions reflect that value. I'm not alone in calling for this. Many parents and educators across this country are doing the same. There's a reason this is controversial. There is a related area of concern. Schools are not places for training activists, but in the anchor standards listed by the Teaching Tolerance Social Justice Guidelines for Schools that informs ethnic studies, we are told, I quote, students will plan and carry out collective actions against bias and injustice in the world and will evaluate what strategies are most effective. This is activism for children. This will be based on the identity stereotypes they are taught to adopt. There are alternatives for anti-racist training and curricula that don't involve the assumptions, the negative discrimination based on race, and the activism we find here. We must reject an education that encourages children to see themselves defined by their color. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board. For those that don't know me in the public, my name is Dr. Jeff Barkey. I'm a primary care physician in practice here in Orange County. And I'm here speaking on behalf of a patient of mine to try to set the record straight. This patient of mine and several of her friends were on the Zoom call with Dr. Chow a couple weeks ago. And this person was the one who recorded a clip that you all saw of the video that has been called that it was taken out of context. And this person wants to set the record straight for what else was said in that conference call Zoom. So I'm going to read her statement. I was a participant in Dr. Chow's Zoom COVID update. In addition to the video clip that you all are aware of, I heard Dr. Chow indicate he was looking into the legal options to have school sites become vaccination centers for children. He also alluded to looking into the legalities of parental consent for vaccinations, and he pointed out that while the other vaccines require parental consent, the HPV vaccine, human papillomavirus, series does not currently require parental consent in California for 13-year-olds and older children. This person did not want to come tonight to speak publicly because she's worried about repercussions to herself, her children, and the school that her children attend. So I'm here on her behalf to share her perspective and those of her friends that were on this Zoom call. Thank you.
Next, we have Linda. Do I have 30 minutes? I thought so. Yes.
Main reason I'm here is to thank you for holding these two forums on ethnic studies. I cannot tell you how important this is, and I'm really speaking to the parents who are listening out there. Much of what I'm going to say is directed directly at you. Here's why the forums are so necessary. I have been bombarded by emails and calls before, but the last 3 days have been incredible. There are 3 people here tonight who have never attended a board meeting, but there are 3 people that I have communicated with, and they're here to speak out. There are so many reasons why this forum is so important. Parents, community members need to know exactly what is in this ethnic studies model curriculum. We need to stop yielding to the word games that are being played. Stop telling us that critical race theory is not in this curriculum. I've got all 882 pages at home, just brought a sampling of it. It's there. They may have removed the title, but it is there. I'll tell you something else you need to know about this model curriculum. The research on which this entire project was based, which took up a significant portion of Chapter 3 in the third iteration, has been significantly challenged, and the evidence is in this 11-page document that I mailed to everybody on the board, and Dr. Hittenberger, I'll be glad to copy anyone else in. 35 scholars and academicians, and some very familiar names, went through all of that research, primarily by people like Christine Sleeter and Miguel Zavala, and they just simply decimated it. It is not valid research, and yet it is still to this day. Here's an example of what's being sent to the Fullerton Joint Union High School District. Same people, same research, and it's being presented as valid research. It simply isn't, ladies and gentlemen, and we all need to know that. All of us need to know and be prepared to make those challenges. Here's another reason. Parents, community members, I was talking to you out there. You need to know that you are not alone. There are plenty of people across this entire nation who are questioning this curriculum. And California is the focal point because we are the first state in the union to adopt a high school requirement. So what happens in California, you know, is not going to stay in California. But we need to know that we are not alone. This is being questioned. School boards all across the county are being visited by activists who are trying to gin up reaction from small groups of kids that are demanding the curriculum be adopted. And we've got to tell parents what is exactly in this curriculum and how the research is invalid. What else? They need to finally know if we can't change this, they have one trump card. Get your kids out of public education. Thank you for your time.
Nate is next. Do we have Nate?
Nate, yes, Nate is great. Thank you for asking. Thank you so much, Nita. My name is Nate, and thank you so much for having that "In God We Trust." And you didn't take that out. I'm not a Republican. I'm not a Democrat. But in God we trust is who I am, just like all of you. And I don't know why people keep thanking for the board member. You are for the people. You are being picked for the people. You are working for us. Am I correct? Oh, and by the way, thank you for not wearing the mask. So appreciate that. Our freedom is being taken away, and I've got 3 minutes of my freedom right now. Kids cannot vote. Kids cannot drink. And they cannot drive. And by the way, I'm a female. I'm a female. I haven't got my sex change yet. Parent is the one who can make decisions for the kid. Not you guys, not politics, not Joe Biden. And you know, this used to be California. I can no longer California anymore. You know what they call? California. We are California. And by the way, I love your bandana. Thank you so much. We are not here to, I don't want to be political, but I think we are. And Dr. Jeff Barkley, thank you so much for everything that you do for us. And if you are public school, probably going to be disappear if you continue what you're doing. And by the way, I did not get paid by George Soros. Billie Jean didn't pay for me, but from what I understand, voter education are being funded by Biology, Biology, you know who I'm talking about. History is no longer being taught in school. You know why? I can go talk to 21-year-old kid, ask him who Hitler is. No one have no idea. My point is, your job is you're working for us. You're here for the people, and I'm surprised hardly anyone here. I thought you might be run out by like people in Arizona. They get run over, so it's no longer a board member. You know who I'm talking about? And please think for yourself. Everyone think from yourself. Everything is true about this whole vaccination is real. And you can search it. You might be, Google is probably no longer there. But the thing is, you are working for us. Our freedom of speech has been taken away. Kids cannot talk, and you have to do this. So please, please, have the parent make the decision. You guys are not the parent, we are. We don't want to make a decision from our parent. It's not your job. Unless you get paid by George Soros, I will understand that. But my main thing is you are not here to make a decision from the parent. We are the parent of our kid. We have a choice. It shouldn't be mandatory. And you can learn the history of Hitler. He wrote the book Mein Kampf about it, and it's all fact, but most of the people don't know anything about it because we are being censored by Biology, George Soros right now. And I'm sure you know who I'm talking about, and a lot of people don't, yeah. But anyway, thank you. In God we trust, and please, it's right behind you guys. In God we trust.
Thank you. Next, we have Jenna. And then on deck.
Hello, and thank you for holding this so that I could come and share some things with you that I think a lot of people are thinking about and feeling that they wish that would be heard here. So today I represent myself and my 3 children that go to school in this district and have been home for over a year because it's not even safe to send them back right now with the way that they're being forced to wear masks. And now I know what's next, vaccinations. I mean, I've been watching what's happening in this county for a long time now because my oldest is in high school now, and I'm here for her today too, to speak for her because she's stuck at home with no chance of going to school dances, no chance of having all those experiences that we had to have, you know, to grow as people. And this idea of mandating vaccines is ridiculous to me because honestly, this is medical freedom. Besides just my own children and myself, I'm also just talking for humanity in general. All over this world right now, you can look in Canada, you can look what's happening over there, what they're doing to people's rights. This is a worldwide movement that's happening right now, and we're just one place where it's happening. We have the chance to make a difference, and I trust that this county, this state, you sitting here matter in what you choose to do. You have the ability to make a big difference, not just here, but all over the world, because what's happening is taking away the freedoms of parents and of all people to be able to decide whether they want to have a genetically modifying experimental drug put into their body or be cut out of society potentially. Because if we are going to be having vaccine passports, things that show whether you're vaccinated or not, logically, let's just think, what's going to happen? Well, I know that kids won't be able to go to school because also the idea of having medical exemptions, which was somewhat allowed, has also been pulled. So it's logical that the next thing that's going to happen for kids to go to school here is to have to get the COVID-19 vaccine, which the gentleman earlier already spoke about how they're wanting to do it as young as 6 months. This is alarming. I'm a human being. In God we trust. I trust in my immune system and my children's immune system. I would like to remain an organic human. I don't need to become a genetically modified organism, which is literally, truthfully, what this will do to people, because this vaccine is an mRNA vaccine. It's not really a vaccine like anything that's ever happened before. So please know there's plenty of questions about vaccine safety, but this in particular will alter the DNA. I have an immune system, something I haven't heard people talking about much, but I trust that I'm going to be just fine. And with a 99.998% chance of children under 17 being able to get coronavirus and survive it without any medical intervention, that's a very high chance, practically 100% chance. That's a very low risk for them. They should not be deprived of oxygen, deprived of life. We are healthy. Being unvaccinated does not mean you're sick. I am healthy. I don't need to be vaccinated to be healthy. I was given health by God and an immune system, which is meant to deal with viruses. That's the natural way of life. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi. Hi, my name is Ann Huynh. I'm newly immigrant, and I hear people making fun of me the whole time about my accent, but I don't care because I love this country. So I was born and grew up for all my life in Vietnam. It's a very communist country, as you know. And like I talk to a lot of my friends, say, please don't take this country for granted. You live in the best place in the world. So anyway, first of all, I want to talk about the critical race theory. So it forces students to learn about race, about ethnic, too early and to view everything and everyone through a racial lens. I think that kids don't need to be taught about compassion. They play with all kinds of friends, black, brown, yellow, white, They don't care, all they want is to play. So kids are good and only learn about racism from school and from horrible parents. And regarding vaccine passport, COVID vaccine, I think it's still in trial state, I believe so. FDA haven't approved it. And even if FDA approved it, it should be optional, like flu shot. Kids don't get vaccine like elders. And I mean, like, their immune system is the vaccine. Nothing should be mandatory because we live in a free country. And in addition, it's cruel and inhumane. You are treating us like a tap animals. The fact is many of my family are allergic to lots of medication. This will kill them. Would you want to be responsible for their death? We should be like Florida when vaccine is a choice. And one more thing, that's why people are running away from California. It used to be a golden state, and now it's a tyrant state. Thank you.
Next, we have Blaine, Blaie. Oh, great, thank you.
I wasn't quite finished composing what I was going to say, but I'm going to wing it and read a little bit of it. I was here last meeting, and being that I'm a mom, I had to go home, so I wasn't actually able to speak. So I'm back. I appreciate the stance you guys have taken with the resolutions as far as the ethnic studies and the vaccines for our kids and the passports. I really hope you guys will come out really strong against all of it. The ethnic studies, I'm a Christian, and God teaches that we're all equal. I would never bring up to my kid that you're inherently racist. Go out and love your neighbors. Like that's what we need to be teaching. We're educating. This is all about education. Teach them about being great citizens, great friends, great children in our society. As far as the vaccine passports, please come out so strongly against this. I know you guys wrote a resolution. I haven't even gotten through reading it, but I appreciate that you're taking that step. We've got to protect these kids. There's no long-term studies. We don't know what's going to happen. And we don't know if their fertility will be affected. We don't know if they'll get autoimmune diseases. We don't know what's going to happen. So the fact that we don't know means that we need to stop and examine it and evaluate what's going to happen long-term for these kids, because your job in education is also to look out for the kids that are in school, not just our parental job. You guys who are in an education background, all the teachers, you need to be looking out for our kids too. That's why people voted and put you guys here. So anyhow, that's about all I have to say. But thank you for the job that you guys do. I know you love listening to all the rants and stuff, but we're here because we care.
Thank you. Kent is next. Is Kent here?
I'm here to voice my opposition to critical race theory in our schools. The euphemistic critical ethnic studies that is being proposed to fulfill requirements of the state's ethnic studies model curriculum is diametrically opposite the strategy and goals of the civil rights movement of the last half century. CRT's goals are not equality, or a level playing field, or a colorblind society. Equity is the new morality, but it can only be achieved by redistribution of goods and wealth from those who are the so-called oppressors to those who are the oppressed. The strategy of the civil rights movement was peaceful resistance and protest. The strategy of neo-racism, as John McWhorter has called it, is to shame and deplatform and threaten the livelihoods and intellectual and spiritual autonomy of everyone who disagrees with them. Were Martin Luther King Jr. still with us, he would decry the racism and hatred that this movement stands for. For at its root, this insidious and poisonous theory teaches that what is most important about our children is nothing more than the color of their skin, not their character, not their potential, not their talents, not their relationships with those who look different than they do, and those who they would naturally befriend out of love and curiosity, but the color of their friend's skin as compared to their own. Critical race theory would have us return to segregation, and it is already happening. Just when our children have been at their most vulnerable with the desocialization and loneliness that has come as a part of this pandemic, just when we are starting to see a return to normalcy, the enemies of freedom and equality have taken advantage of our weakness and have rallied to fight against the American way of life. Their true goal is not to unite us as a people, but by dividing us into arbitrary, separate, and unequal categories, oppressor and oppressed, their true goal is to demoralize us. CRT is also unscientific. At its core are the ideas of race essentialism, that a person's value and worth cannot be understood apart from their race, and unconscious bias training, the spurious assessment of a person's deepest beliefs or thoughts that may have never become conscious or action in the first place. What kind of parents will we be if we subject our children to this brainwashing? As teachers, our moral authority will be lost by turning our institutions into re-education camps for data mining the unconscious biases of children and turning them against their peers and parents. As community leaders, are we prepared for an even greater onslaught of depression, anxiety, and other psychological disorders than we saw as a result of the recent lockdowns? We are constantly reminded that we must have a conversation on race and justice, but conversations cannot be one-sided. I ask the board to put a moratorium on CRT until these issues can be debated and resolved in the public arena. Thank you.
Next, we have Susan. Is Susan here? And on deck, we have Mindy.
Hi, good evening. To the Orange County Board of Education, thank you for taking the time to consider the material revision for the TLC Charter School. So that's the item I'm speaking on. And our goal is to function on 2 school sites. I'm honored to write this letter of support on behalf of TLC Public Charter School as a founding board member, an educator with 29 years of experience, and an OC resident. I fully support TLC's plan to expand to 2 sites for fall 2021. I've had the privilege of watching TLC grow from a fledgling startup with 50 students to a full-grown TK through 6 school with a waiting list. TLC has served the community with its commitment to working with local students and students with exceptional needs in an inclusive setting. The school has had the privilege of leasing a beautiful space from the First Christian Church of Orange, who have been good neighbors and allies in our mission. TLC has also been extremely fortunate to have the cooperation of the Orange Unified School District, who is providing classroom and administrative space for TLC's expansion. This expansion is part of the growth of our school and will allow TLC to further serve the children of Orange and surrounding communities. As a board member, I heard monthly updates about TLC's accomplishments even when the doors were closed due to COVID-19. Teachers, staff, and Dr. Teddy designed an online environment to meet the needs of all students. When it was becoming evident that some students desperately needed the face-to-face time, TLC pivoted to provide daily childcare, where the children could participate in their distance learning in a safe, familiar environment. Recently, TLC returned to safe all in-person instruction for the majority of their students. Thanks to TLC's inclusive model, caring teachers, staff, and awesome students and active parents and community association, it is no surprise that more families are interested in attending the school. TLC has been recognized in numerous articles, research studies, and presentations across the country on topics such as inclusive education, educational technology, and even a study on COVID-19 and its limited spread in schools. The TLC leadership, including Dr. Tunney, has demonstrated their good stewardship of the kids in Orange County, their current school site, and their relationship with you, their authorizer. Every TLC decision is based on thoughtful exploration and review of data. TLC is fully capable of maintaining two school sites, and I encourage the board to support this expansion. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm a mother of 3 from Fullerton District, and I'm here, first of all, to speak about the social critical ethnic studies, because I'm Asian, and obviously, and I'm part of the very large Korean community in Fullerton, the West Side, and I have a couple chat rooms that I created since 2018 about the whole CSE and the sex ed, and we kind of came to about a couple thousand parents who are very concerned about these, teachings that we have in our public schools. While we should be doing the traditional math, science, English, writing, we're taking those curriculums away and we're adding things like critical ethnic studies, which I agree with the parents who spoke earlier. It really, all it does is segregate our children. And I know a parent from Texas. She moved here because she wanted her kid to be colorblind. So she sent her kid to a school that was all black in LA. And this blonde-haired, blue-eyed 4-year-old got along with the kids just fine. And he, snaps his neck just like he does with all the other kids in the classroom. And he doesn't care if they're Asian or black, and he gets along with them. And now she has to face this fact that in California, they're trying to do what she was fearing, because now she moved to Fullerton and it's almost an all Asian school. And she's like, I didn't want this. Do I have to move back to Texas? So I really encourage you guys to be strongly opposed to it, because we voted for you, all of you, the 3 of you, actually. Sorry, but because, we encouraged the people who will stand up for parental voices. And this is really, really on our minds. And most parents, they're really just, they care about their children's academics. We shouldn't be taking their precious, valuable time learning things that will just only segregate us and making them into radicals. We don't want any of that. I also agree with all the, please don't have our kids have to get vaccinated. There's enough segregation already. I've been defriended. People don't talk about it. They ask me, are you getting vaccinated? And I say no, and they don't want to meet me anymore. And, they're terrified of me just because I'm not vaccinated. I'm like, you're the one that's scared and got vaccinated. Don't pin it on me. So please don't have our children have to go through that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Christina. Christina in the house?
Krishna?
Oh, sorry, Krishna, I'm so sorry, yes.
Hello. I'm here today to speak about the proposal to have an ethnic studies curriculum that includes critical race theory. I'm vehemently opposed because it is antisocial. It's actually based on a model called the Karpman Drama Triangle from the transactional analysis models. And essentially you have a victim and an oppressor, but you also have a rescuer. And the problem that emerged in my study of that is that it doesn't matter which role you're in. What matters is that you're playing the game. Or not. You have to choose not to play that game. Be like the children that was just recently spoken about, where, you know, the blonde, blue-eyed boy goes to a school that's full of black kids and Asians, and he doesn't know that he's supposed to be, you know, afraid or different in his heart. He knows he's not. And so as educators, it's important that we bring sanity to the curriculum. We don't include things that go against nature. The human nature includes the ability to handle all kinds of things, interactions with people of other colors. Vaccines are not part of that. Viruses are no problem. The virus has killed very few people, but mark my words, these injections are already killing. They've killed over 3,500 right now in the United States, listed in the Vaccine Adverse Events Reporting System. And requiring people to prove that they've had the vaccination is equivalent to mandating the vaccine. It's also a complete violation of health privacy. There is no way that you can require a person to prove that they have had some medical procedure that they didn't want in the first place, perhaps, without absolutely violating their medical privacy. So it's illegal. There's also a California law. There's a California law that forbids the use of masks or any covering on the face. You cannot force a child to put anything on their face because of this law. I believe it's 49.005, but I'll have to look and make sure. Yeah, it's 49005.8. It's California Code, Title II, Division 4, Part 27, Chapter 6, Article 5.2. It's a restraint. It's not permitted.
Thank you. Next, we have Nicole.
Thank you, board, for the opportunity for me to speak. I'm a Costa Mesa resident. I'm a parent to a 7-year-old, a 3-year-old, and a business owner. Every week I wake up, I pack school lunches. Either my husband or I take our 2 children to school. The distance between both of their schools is less than 0.6 miles apart. The only difference between these schools is that I have to remind my daughter, don't forget to pack your mask, and my son, don't forget to bring your share toy. I'm here today as a concerned parent, a voice for my 7-year-old daughter, who told me last week during PE she was required to run a mile wearing a mask. She complains of the heat, discomfort every day. When she comes home, to tears off her mask and exhales, now I can breathe. What is the board's active plans to change this requirement? I just got the email when I was in the car confirming that next year masks will be required. This mask mandate must end. Our students are wearing an unnecessary mask for over 8 hours a day. Now, masks have scientifically been proven ineffective. Putting my child behind a plexiglass with openings around it and a mask is not going to prevent anyone from contracting a virus that's 0.2 microns in diameter. This is a fact. Why are we not rushing to change this mandate in the protocols? Why is it already determined for next year, for the school year? Shouldn't this be determined by its effectiveness? Playdates and birthday parties with my mom groups, we don't have our kids wearing masks. They do just fine. Why is the board not advocating for our students' well-being? Now, opening up the discussion around vaccinating the children with almost a 0% chance of being affected by this. My call to action tonight for the board regarding masks and the unethical mandate for a drug on our children, please use common sense, use the scientific data that is around, that everyone has been sharing, and Also, see the other data of schools that are, I know 5 others within a neighborhood 2 to 1 mile radius that are not mandating masks for the children all day and even at PE. This is a must. And for the parents watching tonight or catching this on social media, do something, say something. I was scared to write an email to our principal, but I did it because if I don't say something, then I'm agreeing to what's being happening to my daughter. So thank you for your attention on this issue and all the others on the platform, and lead the way for others for what's right and for the parents and the concerns. Thank you.
Next is Tara. Tara here? Okay. Then next we have Jexin, G-E-X-I-N.
I'm just going to read. I'm here, many people already talk about the ethnic studies. I just, from my personal experience, I came from China, so I can tell what great cultural revolution did to China. The ethnic study, or CRT, basically teach people based on their skin colors, their ethnic background. So I lived through China's Great Cultural Revolution, which lasted for 10 years, from 1966 to 1976. People were divided into many different classes and identities, although over 90% of Chinese population are one ethnic group. So if you used to be landowners, you used to be business owners, or you're well-educated, or you're in managerial positions, you're inferior class. So you're the enemies of working class. Farmers and the workers were the superior class. Everyone else inferior, denounced, criticized, public shamed, or even sent to prison or prosecuted. Communists did the best is dividing people, led people to fight against each other. The rulers would be able to conquer and control people. Young people were taught to watch the people who were classified as inferior classes, to report those people, including to report their parents, their family members, their friends or neighbors. If their views were different from the school doctrine, reported to the authorities. People were taught to constantly self-criticizing and watching each other what they say. If the words they said is slightly, even slightly not politically correct, the person could be sent to prison or prosecuted. People lived constantly under fear. Millions innocent lives lost and their future got destroyed during 10 years Great Cultural Revolution. All children were brainwashed by communist education in school. So I look at the ethnic study here, it's very, very similar. We divide people from children, let them to learn what's their skin color. So I believe this is so dangerous. Down the road, people become divided into each group, different groups. They hate each other and fight each other. They were not talking about love or unity. So I'm urging you to vote no to ethnic study. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. George?
Thank you, board member. My name is George, and I'm a parent and I'm also immigrant from China. I fled communist tyranny to pursue my freedom here. So I'm strongly opposed California ethnic study curriculum because it is based on CRT. CRT is exactly the same Marxist communist ideology as a class warfare used by Chinese Communist Party in Cultural Revolution. The tactic is to divide society into oppressor and oppressed classes. Chinese communists divided people using their socioeconomic status, how poor or how rich you are. And US today, CRT divided society based on race, your skin color. I would like to share a story of my family. Yeah, my parents, my mom's family in 1950s, 50s, 60s, they are in the southern part of China. During Cultural Revolution, my mom's family was classified as the wealthy farmer, which belongs to the class of oppressors, just because they owned a cow and some livestock. So all the family belongings have to be taken away, and my grandpa was imprisoned. So my mom and her siblings were not allowed to go to get a secondary education or applying for jobs. But compared to some other people, my mom's family was relatively lucky. At least my grandpa was eventually released after admitting his guilt as oppressor. Some wealthier families were classified as enemies of people and punished harshly. Public denounced and shamed. Some of them were executed without any due process. More of them committed suicide because they felt death is just a relief from being tortured. So do you know that is this government can do this with their government machine? No, they use the young people. So young people was indoctrinated with the communist warfare ideology. They serve as an army called Red Guard for the movement. These Red Guards passionately believe they are the social justice warriors, and they have to completely destroy the press system and eliminate all the class enemies to create a brand new society with justice and equity. That is why they burn books, topple statues, tearing down temples, abuse their professors, destroy anything that did not comply with the spirit of Cultural Revolution. So two decades ago, I moved to here to pursue my freedom. We were able to achieve our American dream just because the freedom and opportunity offered in this land. Now, I'm just saying that this vicious communist ideology embedded in CRT is invading us. So we have to fight back. I urge you to vote no on CRT curriculum.
Lynn?
Good evening. I'm Lynn Riddle. First, I urge you, the board, to take no action on agenda items number 12, 13, 14, and 15, but to set those aside for your final determination in the June meeting. These four are very lengthy and they are complex matters. They each require further review of relevant data, relevant studies, and the facts before the public, and I dare say even before the board members, can fairly and knowledgeably participate, comment, vote. Moreover, I can see no immediacy, no time constraints as to why we can't have more time to consider those matters. Second, I comment as follows. On April the 7th, as many as 200 parents came to a meeting of this body to express their outrage over what they heard was a mandate to vaccinate Orange County's children at their schools and without parental consent. That information, as you know, was false. The next morning, our county public health director, Dr. Clayton Chow, called a press conference to set the record straight and say flat out that he never contemplated vaccinating children without parental approval. He made that public declaration because his name had been repeatedly invoked as a person behind the falsely alleged COVID-19 OC public schools vaccine mandate. Now, a month later, that very same misinformation is being repeated, but this time by the Orange County Board of Education itself. This evening, the board is scheduled to consider a resolution against digital vaccine passport mandates. As a part of that resolution, President Williams, on the board's behalf, introduced a statement that repeats and relies upon the very rumors that Dr. Chow has fully dispelled. Regarding that proposed resolution, Dr. Richard Caprano, professor of public policy and sociology at UC Riverside, called it an irresponsible document. This is misinformation peddling by elected officials, he said. The board's proposed resolution against passports is filled with emotionally laden language that foments distrust about the vaccine. It promotes disinformation, and it sows doubt and confusion and fear and emotion. And finally, it undermines the future types of reasoned discussion. Thank you very much. That comes directly from an article from the Orange County Register, was published yesterday. Thank you.
Next, we have Lori. And last, after Lori, is Jeanette.
Hi, thank you so much for your time this evening. I am here as a concerned citizen for a vaccine passport. Aside from the blatant violation of HIPAA, as they said, by using the taxpayers' money to fund this tech infrastructure development, they are by default allowing schools and businesses to use this passport technology to medically discriminate against the very people who are paying for it, our taxpayers. On April 13th, many residents demanded the Board of Supervisors put a stop to this, but it fell on deaf ears. The agenda that Chow has is not in your best interest or anybody's best interest. As we've heard from previous people, his intent, his motive is destructive and evil. We should all refuse to be strong-armed into accepting the COVID passport on any experimental drug, especially this mRNA one. This is in direct violation of Nuremberg trials and using everyone as guinea pigs. There should be no way, shape, or form to be forced on any human being, let alone the children. We will only be imprisoned if we start enforcing this COVID passport by putting limitations on everything that we do, everywhere we go. We are all going to be judged by a higher power. We will be judged by what we do and what we don't do. The sin of omission is just as deadly as the sin of commission. So I pray you don't sit back and do nothing to put a stop to this evil passport. God bless you all.
Thank you. And last up is Jeanette. Is Jeanette still here?
Good evening. I'd like to open with a scripture reading. It's 2 Corinthians 3:17 and 18. Now the Lord is the Spirit, and where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is freedom. And we all, who with unveiled faces contemplate the Lord's glory, are being transformed into his image with ever-increasing glory, which comes from the Lord, who is the Spirit. So much to say in only 3 minutes. I am a concerned parent. I am a master's degree special education teacher here in the county. I taught online as of last spring, and I am refusing to be part of this criminal behavior against our children. So many things that they're being attacked on. First, they have to worry about masks. They have to worry about social distancing. They have to worry about being at home as 10-year-olds while their parents or their grandparents who are caring for them go to the 99-cent store to work. They're home by themselves at age 10. They're sitting in a hot car in the middle of May with their dad's cell phone as a hotspot so they can be on their Chromebook. It's criminal. And it's been 14 months since my daughter finally got back to school. She attends Anaheim Unified. She is in special needs program at a school there. And I, as her parent, did everything I could to advocate for her. No amount of talking to the teachers that knew that this was going to hurt my child, the school district, nothing would help. I got a birthday present on April 15th. She got to go back for an hour and a half on a Wednesday and a Friday. It's not okay. She has suffered greatly at the hands of these terrible draconian rules that are not law, they are mandates, otherwise recommendations. If I walk into the US Post Office, I don't have to wear a mask, and they do not enforce it because they know it's not the law. And yet here we are, 14 months later, still insisting that we socially distance, that we wear a mask, and we wipe down tables when we know that surfaces do not contract or we cannot transmit through surfaces. It's all show. I ask that you study the data. A year ago, I believed this was the real thing. I was scared just like everybody else. I helped deliver masks to people as my girlfriend sewed them for the nurses and stuff when we didn't have PPE. And here I am now knowing what a scam this whole thing is, how much harm we've done. We have a generation that will be COVID children. They cannot recoup this loss of education. The masks over our children's faces not only hurts and causes irreparable brain damage from the oxygen deprivation, but it actually limits their communication ability. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that was the last public comments. The board will be in recess for 5 minutes, and we'll come back and report out from closed session, do the informational items, consent calendar, and the staff recommendations and board recommendations. The board will be in recess and back in 5 minutes. Okay, appreciate everybody that is here, but we need to conduct the business of the board. We still have quite a bit to go through in our agenda. We appreciate you being here, but if you can, just be so kind to take a seat as we continue on with our agenda. And at this time, the board, we did have closed session, and we have to report that out according to the Brown Act. And at this time, if I can ask for silence, thank you. We will have Mr. Jonathan Brenner report out from closed session. And then we'll go on to information items.
Excuse me, your voices are carrying.
Thank you and good evening to the board. This is the report out for closed session items 1 and 2. Trustee Gomez joined the closed session at 4:31 p.m. The board conducted a discussion with counsel and received an update on both items and took the following actions. The board approved the invoices of Haight Brown and Bone Steel dated April 23, 2021. Those are invoice numbers 3242253 and 3242252 by a vote of 3 in favor. That was trustees Shaw, Williams, and Barkey voting in favor, with 1 abstention. That was Dr. Sparks, and Trustee Gomez was not present at that time. Second, the board approved the invoices of Epstein, Becker, and Green dated April 30, 2021, invoice numbers 1048475 and invoice 1048476. That was by the same vote, 3 to 0 in favor, with 1 abstention. Trustees Shaw, Williams, and Barkey voting in favor, and Trustee Sparks abstaining. Trustee Gomez was not present during that vote. The board also approved a statement to be posted on the board's webpage on the department website. That statement will be transmitted to staff for posting, and the vote there was also was 4-0 in favor. All trustees then present voting in favor: Shaw, Williams, Barkey, and Sparks. And that concludes the report out for the closed sessions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brenner. Moving on with our meeting here in the agenda, communications, information, the Esplanade Quarter Report. Renee.
Yes, inside your red folder, you should have our Esplanade quarterly report. So we are trending very close to budget. The actuals look better than they actually are because we haven't done our payment for the last June, which would be $1 million. So we had planned on deficit spending due to some tenant improvements. I don't think it'll be quite the $1 million, but we do think it'll be close to that. We are seeing an uptick in late payments. Some of the companies continue to struggle through COVID, and so we're working with them as we can. And surprisingly, our vacancy rate is staying pretty steady at 85%. So we had some empty space that we were going to move some staff in. We've decided not to do that, and we'll release that space because we don't feel we need it right now. And so that will go back on the market. So compared to other industrial parks, I think we're doing extremely well. The couple companies that are behind, they've made promises to pay as they move up, as they get more loans. And so overall, we're doing well. We do have a couple large projects that we're planning that you'll see in next year's budget. We have major resurfacing of the parking lot that needs to be done. And so usually you look at that budget in August. We've hired the architect or the civil engineer to do the mapping, but it is in desperate need of repair. So you'll see some of those major repairs in the next year's budget. Any questions?
That's it?
That's it.
Very good. FICMAP.
We still don't have a report. They have called and talked to a couple of staff members for clarification on items, but we have not received a report as of yet. So we just got those questions this last week, so I'm thinking they told us they had their work schedule issue and they were running behind, so. And then Harbor Learning Center North. I think she's pointing at, no, I'm not sure, she's like, what?
Wow,
We have 3 buildings.
wonderful.
Very exciting. It's coming up very quickly. And so they're actually in this, the first building next to the white right there, they're actually starting drywalling. Yeah, so we are moving very quickly. The media staff did a great job with the drone. So you can really see the plot of land now. The parking lot will actually be behind, kind of adjacent to where that drive-through is, will be the parking area. So we're very excited. They're running almost a month ahead of schedule right now, which is amazing. So we're very happy with the contractor, and they've done a really good job. So.
Good job. Thank you for the update. That's wonderful. And what's going on with our Rancho?
The last thing with Rancho is they're still removing the dead trees.
Okay.
But I think the next step will be really looking at the rebuilding program and what that looks like. So we'll be letting you know more about that as we move up. But we have gotten most of our insurance claims paid so far, which is important. So we do have the cost of removing trees wasn't covered under our coverage. It's about $56,000. So, but other than that, most of the building has been.
Okay. Well, what about the concept of community involvement? We talked about that a few months ago. Getting people involved, getting them excited, making them feel that this is their property, this is their environmental program.
And I think that will be a discussion for, you and Dr. Maharis and stuff to have that. The one restriction we do have is you can only rebuild to what you had. You can't do something new and have the insurance pay for it. So that's part of the concern we have, is it'd be nice if they just say, we'll give you X amount of dollars and you can rebuild what you want, but that's not how insurance works.
Mm-hmm.
If you've ever had, a fire at your home and stuff, they'll replace what you had. They don't necessarily replace something new. I do think some of the foundation members for Inside the Outdoors have a keen interest in being part of that community input also. So I think that's a conversation we're going to quickly be moving into.
Yeah, I would like to, I'm sure the board would like to have an input and be a part of that
Yes,
too.
and
So,
I think that Dr. Maharis just supported that also.
Sure, great. And Dr. Maharis, we're on to announcements. We're going to take the census presentation after announcements. So you're on deck, sir.
Okay, thank you. Apologize. It was a fast 5 minutes. Just wanted to advise the board of a few things. First of all, I wanted to comment on Dr. Vidal's memorial. I had the opportunity to be there, and I don't know if you had a chance to catch it via a live feed, but it was amazing, and thank you, Dr. Williams, for having us salute him earlier today in the meeting. As you know, his theme verse was, if we live for the Lord. If we die for the Lord. Therefore, whether we live or die, we belong to the Lord, which I think is a very special verse, which was uttered by St. Paul in the book of Romans. And interestingly enough, that portion of Scripture deals with unity. It deals with unity of the body and the importance of forbearing over each other and showing a non-judgmental spirit. So I thought that was interesting that he would choose that as a theme verse. And Paul also said, whether I live for Christ. Whether I die, it is gain. Same kind of scripture exhortation here. So I thought that was a wonderful thing. And Jack lived out his life, as you know, very intelligent man, clearly a scholar. Case Western Reserve University is one of the best universities in the country, and he got his doctorate from that school and been teaching a long time. Now, I've known his wife, Sue, for a number of years because, as you know, she was the principal of the Santa Ana Unified School District. When I was superintendent there, we made her principal of a school that was a full inclusion school, and she had a special ed background and did a wonderful job. The daughter sang a beautiful tribute. She's got an amazing voice, and all the grandchildren were also part of the ceremony. So I just wanted to acknowledge that since he served so faithfully on this board and the Fullerton Elementary School District for such a long time. Just a great guy. So moving on, I wanted to also let you know that the Distinguished School Award, which I mentioned last time, they recalibrated it. Apparently, the California Department of Education found that there were some aberrant statistical analyses that were done and found that more schools were identified as meeting the criteria to be a distinguished school. So we added another 10 high schools. That's 21 high schools in Orange County, which is a tenth of the high schools in California that were recognized, because there's about 4,000 high schools, and they recognized about 200. Again, testimonial for the great, have 21 of our high schools to be distinguished schools in this county is quite a feat. It's a wonderful thing. So I want to salute our school districts, and I won't take more time. We did post this on Newsroom, so you can read more about that. And then lastly, we celebrated our Teachers of the Year, and we had 6 finalists, and you may not know this or not, but the foundation that was started by Sue and Bill Gross, it changed its name. It's now a foundation in honor of the Teacher of the Year program. And the top people, the top 6 finalists are going to get a check for $20,000. So they bumped it from $15,000 to $20,000. And then the semifinalists are going from $3,000 to $5,000. And the nominees are going from $1,000 to $3,000. So that's a decent amount of money, a great way for us to recognize our Teachers of the Year, spectacular teachers. And next spring, there will be an event at the Disneyland Hotel to celebrate, and I hope the board can come to that. It'll be to celebrate these teachers, and that will be sponsored by Schools First. So that's all I want to report on at this time.
Great, thank you, sir. Nina, anything to report from you?
Just a reminder that next month there are 2 board meetings. So the first board meeting will be on June 2nd, and submission deadline is Wednesday, May 19th. And then the second board meeting will be on June 16th, both same time. I also wanted to make the board aware that I will be sending communication to you all with regards to Isaac Charter School. As you know, we've had some conversation with the board previously. We have been communicating with them and requesting information again related to where they're currently operating, as well as some concerns with their ADA and statements. So we have received some information back, but they have had some problems getting additional information to us. Want to make the board aware of that so that you can make a determination in terms of whether or not they should be on the agenda for the June meeting.
Is that it? That's it. Very good. Okay, moving on with the board agenda. Board discussion, we're going to have a presentation by our special attorney, Mr. Greg Rowland, on the board census. A little bit of background. So every 10 years, obviously, we have a redistricting. This is my 3rd redistricting opportunity. This year, we're going to be having Mr. Rowland be the chief legal advisor for the board to guide us through the process. It's not as simple and straightforward as one would think. There's a lot of landmines, and so we're going to rely upon him and his expertise and knowledge to guide us. So, Mr. Rowland.
Mr. President, Madam Vice President, members of the board, the President who took some of my material. The Article 1, Section 2 of the United States Constitution requires us to conduct a census every 10 years. Accordingly, local government agencies have to redraw their districts to assure that there's equal representation among the population based on the changing demographic data. The election code and the education code requires that they set certain criteria for that redistricting, including topography, geography, cohesiveness, and community interest. We also must comply with the state and federal voting rights acts. So, and like I said, the local governing body, the board, is responsible for adopting new trustee areas based on that data. So this is just not as easy as taking a magic marker out and redrawing boundaries. We have to consider demographic analyses, project-specific software, online mapping tools, determine levels of public engagement, conduct public hearings, create a project website, and engage the county registrar about the existing lines and the changes in the voter demographics, the census data. And also, most importantly, the board wants this process to be professional and wants it to be above reproach. So in accordance with that goal, we propose engaging the nationally renowned Glendale firm of National Demographics Corporation, or NDC. NDC is a nonpartisan redistricting company. They've redistricted or districted over 250 counties, school districts, and other jurisdictions. Some as noteworthy as the City of Oakland, the City and County of San Diego, the City of Phoenix, and some as small as some elementary school districts. The team has 40 years of experience and is led by a PhD, Dr. Doug Johnson. I've spoken with him, and he appears to be just quite a gentleman, very quiet gentleman. They have many endorsements, including the California League of Cities, CSBA, the League of Women Voters, the California Special Districts Association, and the National Conference on State Legislators. And they have endorsements from elected officials from Ted Lieu to the city clerk of Buckeye, Arizona. And they have served as litigation consultants and experts for a number of Southern California public entities, including Anaheim. So the board's vision is that council interact with NDC and bring options to the board. The hope is that we'll bring a contract before the board on the second meeting in June. And this will allow the board and public to begin formulating questions about the process and do their due diligence on NDC. From June to August, we intend to decide on a public mapping tool, set up a project website, confirm existing boundaries with the registrar, and add the socioeconomic data from the new census. Then, we will prepare a report regarding demographics and compliance with state and federal criteria of existing election areas, including protected class population concentrations and other socioeconomic data. And that will be done before a set of public hearings, one public hearing or two public hearings. The goal is for the board to adopt a new map in either November or December of 2021. Their pricing is contingent on the amount of service, but the most noteworthy fact about NDC is that neither the Department of Justice nor any court has rejected any of the 350 local government maps adopted and managed through their processes. So I think we're in good hands. Mr. President?
I have no questions. Lisa, you're out there in the.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, if you have any questions, speak up.
I will. Thank you.
Very good. To my right, Becky, Tim, Mary, any questions?
No. Thank you for that
Thank
very
you.
comprehensive overview. Appreciate it.
Well, I'll just ask one. I mean, sorry. Do you know anything about, I know the census data was going to be delayed, and there's talk of even moving the primary election next year. I mean, I don't know if do you have any information about
I
that?
don't
I've only
have,
heard
nobody
that.
gave me a memo on that, but Mr. Johnson did inform me that they yet to have the data. So the process is behind schedule already.
Yeah, okay.
So they don't expect that data to be out until this summer is the last we heard from the county. So they're still delayed.
Okay.
Appreciate the information.
Thank you.
Very good. Okay, moving on with the meeting. I need a motion to adopt the minutes from the regular meeting of April 7th. I have a motion
So moved?
and a second.
Second.
By Mr. Shaw. Any corrections, discussion? Barring none, we will do a roll call vote. None?
Yes. Trustee Sparks?
Yes.
Trustee Gomez? Trustee Shaw?
Yes.
Vice President Barkey?
Yes.
And President Williams?
Yes. I will need a motion for the adoption of the minutes for April 14th.
So moved?
Second.
Motion and second. Any discussion? Barring none, roll call vote. Ina?
Trustee Sparks?
Yes.
Trustee Gomez?
Yes.
Trustee Shaw?
Yes.
Vice President Barkey?
Yes.
And President Williams?
Yes. Very good. Moving on to the consent calendar, we're going to take up items 6 and 7 differently. So I'll make a motion for item number 6. May I have a second for approving the granting of diplomas?
Second.
Second. Any discussion? Barring none, roll call vote.
Trustee Sparks?
Yes.
Trustee Gomez?
Yes.
Trustee Shaw?
Yes.
Vice President Barkey?
Yes.
President Williams?
Yes. Okay, moving on to item number 7. I pulled that because of the particular importance of it. This is something that I introduced, probably 20 years ago, and that was a resolution honoring Memorial Day. And a part of that resolution honoring Memorial Day is something that not too many people know, and that's the National Moment of Remembrance, which it will be May 31st. And typically what that is, it's a moment where you pause on that Monday for one moment, 1 minute. And it's voluntary, of course. You can play a song, you can listen to something that is very patriotic, but the purpose of this National Moment of Remembrance is to remind all Americans of the importance of those individuals who sacrificed for our freedom and liberty and what it means to be an American. Simply what we saw today earlier with the Jack Hammett Memorial Day essay, and we saw all of those wonderful young men and women who came here, and we heard the winner of the essay and what it means to him about Memorial Day. So this is a moment, if you're here, take that minute and just remind yourself of what makes this nation great. So with that, I will make the motion to approve item number 7 here.
I'll second that.
We have a second. Okay, this is a resolution. Any comments on any of it? Barring none, let's take a roll call. Nina?
Trustee Sparks?
Yes.
Trustee Gomez?
Yes.
Trustee Shaw?
Yes.
Vice President Barkey?
Yes.
And President Williams?
Absolutely. Motion passes unanimously 5-0. Moving on with our agenda, we have charter submissions.
There are no charter submissions at this meeting.
Very good. Moving on to item number 9, charter school public hearing. Tomorrow's Leadership Collaborative, material revision. Araceli, are you on the line? Good
I am
evening.
here. Can you hear
Good
me?
evening. I can hear you.
Great. Good evening, President Williams, trustees, and Superintendent Mijares. Today, the board will hold a hearing to consider public input regarding the request for a material revision to the Tomorrow's Leadership Collaborative Charter School petition. TLC is requesting to add an additional Proposition 39 facility at 250 South Yorba Street in Orange, California, effective the 2021-2022 academic year, and to amend the school's governing bylaws to align with current law. Prior to public comments, representatives from TLC are allotted 10 minutes to address the board. Orange Unified School District has declined the option to address the board and stated that they are working with the school on the Proposition 39 contract. The board recognizes Dr. Jessica Tunney, Executive Director of TLC, to the podium.
Thank you, Araceli. Good evening. Thank you to the board, to Superintendent Mijares. Some of you I met when we first came to propose our charter a couple of years ago, so it's nice to be back. And so what I'm going to do is just present to you what our plans are for our expansion, which is very exciting to us, and take any questions that you have. Larry Tamayo from XED, who works with us closely on our budget, is on Zoom, I believe. Hopefully he'll be available if at that time there are any questions specific to the budget that he could answer for us. I heard that, yes, ready? Thank you. Okay, so I'm Dr. Jessica Tunney. I'm founder and executive director of TLC, otherwise known as Tomorrow's Leadership Collaborative Charter School. TLC is a lot easier to say for us and for the children. Okay, please forward. Thank you so much. So because we have some trustees that are now with us that were not with us when TLC was originally proposed, I have a little bit of introduction of our school for you. So these are images were taken prior to COVID. This is not from this year for the most part. But we are a school and remain actually a school that is a model of full inclusion. And what we mean by that is that we provide full access to general education for all students at our school, whether those students have abilities, disabilities, particular interests, English language learners. All students are able to learn together in the general education setting. We have a very well-developed co-teaching and co-planning schedule that teachers at the school follow. All classrooms are led by 2 teachers, and students are aware of that. We have really strategic use of technology and supports to make it happen. So when we have diverse students and diverse learners in the classroom that have different needs, we bring adults into the classroom to make sure that we design lessons and learning activities that are meaningful for everybody and allow them to make progress. To do that, we rely pretty closely on instructional strategies rooted in universal design for learning and differentiated instruction, which was part of our initial charter submission petition. Please forward, thank you. And just also, we happen to have as highlights arts enrichment for every student at the school, which is useful for all kids, especially kids with diverse abilities, needs, and interests. Everybody at the school takes visual art. Everybody at the school takes music. We have a gardening program that's well developed. We used to have dance. That is not happening right now, but hopefully will again. All kids have hands-on and experience-based learning. And we have a really strong emphasis on kindness, respect, empathy, care, socio-emotional learning, and attention to children's development into good people. Into people that listen to others and into people that are willing to make friends with people who are unfamiliar to them. We also have really, over these last couple of years, focused on developing a strong connection with our community and with the families at our school. Sometimes that looks like these bottom images. You'll see a food bank. We have a mobile food bank trolley monthly come. Arts enrichment for every student. Thank you, Susan. We have parents that have gotten together to share, we call it the Holiday Hug Exchange, which is a safe and socially distant event this year led by parents for parents of sharing items that some students who might not be able to afford would need and want over the holiday season. Please forward, thank you. So last thing about kind of what's been happening with us is just in terms, so that's the vibes of the school and what we're about and why we're there. We've also made a ton of progress towards the proposed student demographic breakdown that we proposed and was approved by this board 3 years ago. So that quote on the right is pulled right from the charter petition, and it said, based on the surrounding schools, we anticipate serving a student population predominantly socioeconomically disadvantaged, and roughly 72% free and reduced price lunch qualified, 82% Hispanic Latino identified, 10% white, 4% Asian, 1% African American, with about 50% of the students identified as English language learners. Local schools in our area average about 12% of the students have disabilities and IEPs and special education. With our model, we anticipate and actually have experienced a higher proportion of students that qualify, and we're able to handle that. So at this point, where students with disabilities average about 17.2% of our student population, it skews heavier in the upper grades. We have about 65% of our students would be considered socioeconomically disadvantaged, and 44% of our students at this point are English language learners. This is a snapshot from our dashboard, so some of the figures have shifted ever so slightly during the school year. But we are approximating and moving very closely to exactly what we proposed and set out to do. Please forward. And then finally, last thing, this is just a snapshot. You know, I have a research background, so I'm not going to pretend what I know is not at all true, which is this is a full portrait of our academic achievement at the school. However, we are starting to see with our internal benchmarks a trend growing that I look forward to kind of diving in with in future years, which is that we have high growth for students across all grade levels. Students in the lower grades who have been entirely educated at TLC are showing high achievement and high growth. Students that came in the upper grades have often shown lower achievement, but also high growth. And so what we're looking for in the early years of establishing the model and making sure that we're fulfilling our charter is that we want to make sure that every child has an opportunity to learn and grow to their best ability, and these trends are very encouraging in that direction. Okay, next slide, please. Thank you. So we applied for material revision, as Araceli introduced, and there were 2 reasons for that request. The first is this number 1 qualifying reason to add or expand our operations to 1 or more additional sites. So within the material revision packet, we submitted the facilities use agreement that we've been negotiating with Orange Unified School District. It has had some more refinement since the version that was in your packet. The TLC Board of Directors approved it on Monday. The Orange Unified Board, I believe, will be looking at that agreement tomorrow at their meeting on May 6th. The property is at 250 South Parkside. It's about 1.5 miles from our site. I'll show you in a moment. We will be able to increase our enrollment from this year, which is 150 students, 148 as of today, to 225 students, which is our projection for next year. The location is proximate and accessible, and the financial impact is included in the budget that it was included with our material revision submission, and it shows that we'll move towards fiscal sustainability by being able to expand, whereas where we are now, we're capped at 150 students maximum, and we've already outgrown the space. Would you please forward? Thank you so much. So here's where we are now. This is TLC. As you see it, we have 5 classrooms available. Those are highlighted in green. The blue rectangle is a multipurpose room that we used to use as a cafeteria. Right now we use it as a kindergarten room because we are expanding too much for the size of this space, and that's a shared space. Please forward the slide. This is the new site, and so I just screenshotted the Google map so you could kind of get a sense of the difference. Now, it's not ideal to be on 2 sites, but at least with these 2, many of our families who walk, who live on that east side of the 55, are able to still access the newer site. Whereas now they're crossing over Tustin Avenue to get to us at TLC. They'll be able to come to the new site as well. It takes about 4 minutes in the car. I drive it every day between those 2 sites. And the bottom is an Orange Unified facility that I think will really meet our needs. Please forward the slide. Thank you so much. Here's a map of the new space. The red areas are our own space, and the black line around, especially the red teaching stations, which are classrooms, is my favorite part, which is a secure perimeter. So there will be fencing that will be installed to make sure that TLC is able to have a secure fence around our students in our classrooms at that facility. There's 6 teaching stations available, and there's an office in the front. There's adequate parking. We have exclusive use of the lunch area and the restrooms, which is really helpful for us. And then we have a lot of shared space available for students to play and run. The district staff has generously allowed us to put some garden boxes in there, so we'll also be able to continue with our enrichments. Please forward. The financial impact on us is encouraging, right? So it'll allow us to continue with a 5-year growth plan so that we can expand and get to a sustainable place as a young school. We were able to negotiate nicely with the district for a reasonable pro rata share, $10.25 per square foot for our exclusive use areas and $2.56 for the shared use for the lease, and it'll allow us to open up to our full capacity. Next slide, please. And the only other item on the material revision application was to change our bylaws for our governing board, and really that was just to update them in alignment with law and legal updates that have been passed since the time that our charter was approved. Since we were coming back here anyway, it was suggested to us to update our bylaws so that they're already in accordance with current law. So we have done that, and that way our authorizer is able to agree to our bylaws shifting before our board will adopt them, which is a procedure that I believe is important to make sure that our governing board is in full alignment with the desires of our authorizer. Please forward. And that is it for what I wanted to present to the esteemed trustees this evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Tunney. The hearing is now open for public comments. Additionally, TLC submitted letters of support. Associate Superintendent Boyd, are there any public comments for this agenda item?
Yes, we have one. Max? You go to the podium.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Max. I am a paraprofessional at TLC. I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous. I've never done anything like this before. So I'm actually a nurse by trade, but I decided to take a break because of all that is happening. And as a beautiful accident, I found TLC, and I've been working there since last year. And I've really come to love the school. I've grown with it, and now it's a full-time career. It is something that I'm really passionate about and involved with. I think that what this school does is so magnificent. I mean, the level of care and compassion and time that's put into it. Sorry, I'm trying not to get emotional. But every day I go to school for the first time in my life, and I've had some amazing jobs and experiences in my life. But for the first time in my life, I can say that I go to work and it doesn't feel like work. I'm surrounded by friends and by families and by little people that come up to you every day and tell you that you're making a difference in their life. And it doesn't matter what their skin color is, or what their disability is, or how life has treated them or put them aside, because what we do at work and where we are, we're a safe haven for all these people, and we're our own little tight-knit society, but it's just wonderful to see the level of growth and development that happens, and to see all of these families come up to you and say that the difference that you're making in their children's lives, especially children who society has not given the best opportunities to, are now thriving and growing, is just one of the most amazing things you could ever do. And to know that you wake up every day and do something that matters with your life is amazing. So if I could ask for one thing, is that if you could use your power to help this school further enrich itself and grow and flourish, then you are helping so many people and helping to leave behind a legacy that is breaking barriers and making an actual difference in the lives of people in the community, and you're making a huge difference. So I humbly thank you for giving me an opportunity to come up here and say what I could, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your heartfelt comments. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Additional comments were sent in by email, and those are in your folders.
So this concludes the public hearing. The Orange County Department of Education staff report will be published on by May 18th, and the board will take action at the June 2nd meeting. Representatives for TLC are available in person and via video conference to answer questions. President Williams, I now close the public hearing and turn the meeting back over to you.
Very good. Thank you, Araceli. Any questions? Lisa?
Yeah, I have a couple questions. I want to thank the TLC representatives for such an amazing presentation and heartfelt, compelling speech about what's going on at TLC. I know it's remarkably successful, and we're so proud of everything that you guys are doing. I just was wanting a little clarification. Just briefly, if you could describe some of the challenges and choices that you faced in finding this additional property with the expansion of your school. I know it's not always easy to do that. And if you could just walk us through that a little bit, I think that would help the board to understand.
Certainly. Thank you so much for asking. And I think I'll begin, and then Susan, I will tap you if you want to add on to what I'm saying. I think you know, Trustee Sparks, as well, that our area is not exactly an open field of easy real estate to locate and move into. So we've definitely been looking for a couple of years for a larger space that could facilitate us having our school together as we expand. That has not proven to be something that is within our reach at this time. There's a remarkably tight real estate market there, and there weren't schools available. So what we did this year was we applied via Prop 39 for Orange Unified School District to house our students. And what we were able to come to agreement with the district was that they would provide space for 122 students, which is their obligation to provide space for in-district students. Now, as the county is our authorizer, and with our particularly unique mission as a school, we indeed do pull kids from across the county. So we have some amount of them that are within the district, but we weren't able to find a space via Prop 39 that would house all of our students on one site. So the process looked like, speaking with the staff at the Orange Unified School District to identify a mutually kind of appealing location for us. We needed a secure perimeter. It's not ideal to co-locate with another elementary school. This site has a few other programs on it, but the staff was familiar with us from last year when we had been negotiating a separate lease with them that we were going to move into prior to COVID. So we had some kind of background of already communicating with them about the particular needs of our school. And we found them very reasonable to meet with and discuss over these last months. Susan, is there anything you wanted to add before I see if that adequately responds to the question? You got to turn your mic on, though. You're on mute. There you go.
Susan Moss. I work with Charters OC and I'm a consultant for TLC. We have been working, Lisa, with the school district since November on this site, and this is actually the site that we looked at last year. And as Jessica said, we're really pleased with this site. We think it's a good site for us. And I would just say, as Jessica said, that sharing a site with another school is really complicated. But in this case, it's primarily programs as opposed to a school site. So there aren't that many other programs with students on the site. So it really is a very good site for us. We're fortunate to have this opportunity.
I would just ask one follow-up piggyback question to that. Thank you all for your explanation. I know it's tricky at times. Now, given that you had to accommodate students only within the perimeters of Orange Unified, and your demand is much greater than that, what are future plans, if any, to handle that demand?
I love that question. We talk about that a lot in our meetings. And Teresa Johnson, our delightful coordinator of OCD staff, listens to us in our board meetings doing just that. So our plans are to locate and identify a facility that we can move into long term. Ideally, we would be able to identify a place that we could have to purchase and launch a capital campaign to have the funds to do that. Another option would be to work with the district to have not a Prop 39 agreement, but a facilities use agreement that is outside of Prop 39 that would adequately house all of our students in a long-term manner. As we're getting those longer-term plans together, we'll likely operate across these two sites for a couple of years. The site we're at currently is really, really perfect for primary. So my intention right now is to have TK and kindergarten at that site and the grade levels at the district site, or else TKK and first. There's a couple enrollment factors happening in spring with families before I determine if which site first grade will be at. But it's not the worst thing in the world to maintain a longer term lease at the church site where we're at, and also have an additional site as we grow to full capacity and prepare to identify a location to be housed in permanently. That's our current plan for it.
Thank you. That gives us a really good idea of some of the challenges that you've been facing and potential solutions, and maybe a few hiccups and challenges, in the future. So thank you very much.
You're welcome. It's an adventure.
Yes.
I just have one question, just kind of to follow up a little bit on what Lisa was talking about. Is your plan, I know you have in here, you have 150 students and then you're going to expand to 225. Are you looking to do that in this next academic year, or is that your maximum that you're looking to do long term?
I'm looking to do that in this next academic year.
Okay, and then is that going to be pretty much your cap just based on what you think you're going to have now for your locations?
So if we continue down the path of Prop 39 with the district, then we'll likely want to expand on that property. They do have additional space on that property. And so as we expand by like an additional 75 students in 22-23, then we would reapply for Prop 39 or negotiate outside of Prop 39 with the district if they're amenable to that. To access more space. So right now, with our population size, if we keep our kind of proportions the same, we'll be able to access more spaces via Prop 39 as we're growing.
Okay. But your intent is to continue to expand?
Our intent is to continue to expand, yes.
Okay.
For sure. And I think that should be reflected in the budget that you have within the material revision packet. That budget has our expansion plan built into it.
Okay, I'll take a look.
Thank you.
I just wonder with COVID rules, I love touring schools, so
yeah.
I just want to connect with you offline and figure out a time and place.
Come and see us. We're there every day.
Whatever your rules are, I'd love to do that.
Please, thank you for that. We would welcome that. We're there every day. We've had kids, as Max alluded to, they're like, and Susan, actually, in your letter, thank you so much. Susan Tomabergi's letter was read by her at earlier public comment. We started bringing kids back in October, especially for our most vulnerable groups, which turns out is basically our school population. So we're there. We welcome you. It's still cute. It's just a little bit less cute. but you can still get the vibes. Thank you so much.
Just want to say I appreciate everything you're doing, and the heartfelt comments, further just prove that you're doing a wonderful job, and I appreciate that you have children on campus. That's just wonderful to hear. And like Tim, I would love to come visit.
Please just let me know you're welcome anytime.
Thank you.
I'd be delighted to show you around.
Couple questions for me. Is your school unionized?
No,
Okay, so no teachers are a part of a union.
no, we don't have any.
What is your executive director salary?
120,000, I think. It's me, but I don't really know. It's around
Okay, and how does your teacher compensation compare to the OUSD?
Some slightly higher, some slightly lower, but commensurate. So typically what we've done with our hiring is that for the surrounding districts, I use their pay scale as a base for hours so that teachers don't have to choose between wanting to work at our school and wanting to be compensated adequately.
And are you participating in STIRS or PERS?
Yes.
You are?
Yes.
Okay. You're doing a great job.
We're
You're
trying really
in my
hard.
district, so I kind of watch you guys
Oh, got it.
afar off.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. Oh,
Well, you could stop by too.
Sure.
It's-
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, no, we're working really hard at it, and I think, we've all suffered this year. I think, right? The COVID's been nightmarish in so many ways, but our community, keeping our community centered and together has been a priority for me. So it maybe just looked like a little picture on that slide of the holiday hugs exchange, but there's a lot of effort that's been going into making the parent community really cohesive, and it feels sweet there on purpose. So.
Very good.
Mhm.
Very good. Any other questions from my board? Barring none, I think we come back in July or June to vote. When?
June, they requested an expedited process.
Okay.
So as Araceli indicated, it will be the next board meeting.
It'll be the next board meeting, okay. And I just got to say hi to Susan. Hi, Susan, how are you, dear? Good to see you. Love your smiling face.
Well, it's a little dark here, Ken, but love to see you guys. Thanks for all the support for our school.
Yeah.
You're marvelous.
Thank you.
Okay, so
Thank you.
we'll see you in a few weeks.
We'll see you in a few weeks. Thank you so much for the time. I really appreciate it.
Very good, very good. Okay, moving on with the agenda. Item number 10, which is approval of the Expanded Learning Opportunity Plan. And Jeff, do you want to give a few words, speak to it? You're on a timeline for the adoption and approval of this.
Thank you, Dr. Williams, and we appreciate your consideration of our Expanded Learning Opportunity Plan. As I believe we've mentioned, this is closely aligned with our LCAP plan, which we'll be bringing to you in June. And you have laid out in this plan our anticipated steps to assure that students who have been impacted, and almost everybody's been impacted in one way or another by COVID, have accelerated learning opportunities to make up where they have missed, and to continue to grow in their academic achievement. And that's sort of laid out in this plan.
Very, very good. Okay, motion for item number 10.
I'll make a motion to go ahead and approve.
Motion, a second
Second.
by Mr. Shaw. Any other further questions for Jeff here? Any comments? Lisa, comments out there?
I'm good.
Okay, you're good. Okay, barring no further comments, Nina, we'll take a poll.
Trustee Sparks?
Yes.
Trustee Gomez?
Yes.
Trustee Shaw?
Yes.
Vice President Barkey?
Yes.
And President Williams?
Yes. Very good. Motion passes 5-0. Moving on to item number 11, I'll need a motion for the approval of college career.
I'll move it.
Okay, we have a motion by Becky and a second by.
I'll second.
By Trustee Barkey. Any discussion? Kind of along the same line, Jeff?
Yes.
Yeah, just, it's for our prep academy. Yeah. Okay. So it's a good program. I support it. Good job with the staff for getting this. I know you're on timeline, so being that I don't see any other questions from the board, we'll take a roll call.
Trustee Sparks?
Yes.
Trustee Gomez,
Yes.
Trustee Shaw,
Yes.
Vice President Barkey,
Yes.
and President Williams.
Yes. Very good. Okay, moving on with the agenda, item number 12, which is the ethnic study community forum. Since I'm the maker of this, I'll go ahead and make the motion. I'll need a second.
I'll go ahead and second.
We have a second. Board discussion.
Yeah, could you maybe give a little background as to what the intent is here? So we can discuss it?
Yeah, absolutely. So just like in the past, in tradition, when we've had community forums on very controversial items, we've had experts come, and some forums are more successful than others. And all of the supporting document, the purpose and goals are in the other parts of that section in your board packet, as well as the whereas and all that. Has a lot of other information that may help you.
Well, I think one of the things that comes up when we do these is that the public gets the impression that they get to speak, and I see that you have public comments here on the draft format. And so I just want to be clear that the public understands they do have an opportunity, because that was been some of the criticism that we've had on some of the other ones, that they've not been able to speak or engage with the board. So I'm glad to see that. But I would have a question about who this panel is going to be and how the panelists will be selected.
Sure. So I think it's in the language that each board member will get to pick, for 2 meetings, to get to pick one expert. And I think it would be good to have an expert from all sides of this very controversial issue. Again, it's shedding light, and it's giving an opportunity for the community to learn more. And as far as as you see, it is in draft form. I'm always available to talk about this draft, but certainly it would be modeled upon the other community forums that we had. We'd have a moderator, and the experts envisioned to have 5 experts, 2 meetings. The experts would be appointed, and you can nominate somebody if you want. And they would occupy our expert panel, and it would be pretty much the same as the format previously. Start at 6 and get over by 9:30. As you know, it's a very quick 3.5 hours. It seems shorter than that.
And who is going to be the moderator?
Haven't determined that. I'm open. We're open.
Ken Williams.
No, it will not be me. Oh, we're hoping on somebody who has some community recognition, a leader. I'm open to anybody that you suggest.
Well, I don't have anybody in mind in particular. I just wanted to ask the question. This is going to happen in the middle of the summer. Do you have some dates in mind? Because I think that would be dependent on if I were to go out and find somebody, if the dates would be probably important to that person.
Sure, that's a great point. So we thought in the executive committee that we would do it in July. In August before school starts, that gives us a little bit of time to prepare and identify dates and people. We would have Daru reach out to which dates would be good. Hopefully we'll get that real quick here and determine those dates. So that has not been established. Tim, do you have any questions?
So I don't think we've done one of these since I've been on the board. I think there was a forum right before I got on the board
Right.
last year. So I'm just a little new to this, but I guess the point is, of course, our board doesn't determine curriculum that's being taught, and some people might not fully appreciate that, but at least if I'm understanding this right, we can there's nothing stopping us from just putting on a forum to talk about what the curriculum is. And so that, if I'm correct, Dr. Williams, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what this would be a forum to do, to allow people to just learn and hear the curriculum is that is being proposed here. And while we don't get to determine it, we can at least provide that educational forum. Is that basically correct?
That's correct. If you look on page 36 of your packet, it talks about the purpose and goals.
You know, I think, Tim, just my experience from being on the board is that even though we don't have jurisdiction over curriculum in a lot of areas, that our constituents just look to us for leadership and information. And so we like to try and provide expert information that then they can do with what they want. Is that?
I think that's fair. Obviously, the state makes the state houses makes law, and it becomes law. So that's where all of the education curriculum comes from. But we can impact, I think, and educate and tell people about this, get input from experts so we can help people understand it better. I think this is a very controversial, probably one of the most controversial subjects in my 25 years. We're teaching to fight racism with another form of discrimination. And I think we've had enough people here talk about that. And so I think shedding light, being transparent, I think is critical and important. And that's what this community forum would do.
My thought is based on the amount of visitors we've had, we might need to be renting Angel Stadium to.
Which brings up a good point, because if we still have the civil rights limitation with these COVID restrictions that I think are unlawful and not based upon science, we're going to find a bigger facility. We need more space than what's in here. So that would be another part of it. But we'll see what happens with what Newsom does. He's being recalled, and maybe he may take away all of these restrictions.
As far as the public comment goes, are you going to restrict public comment to the folks that are here, or are you going to take public comments online?
That's a good point, because that's what happened at the last one, where we had how many people online leaving comments? Hundreds, I think.
Yeah.
We couldn't accommodate that.
Well, and those people were extremely frustrated because they were not allowed to comment online.
I don't know.
But we only allowed the people that were here to comment, and that was one of the criticisms that we got, because they weren't able to
Right,
comment.
and we have the right, and Mr. Rowland can talk about this, but we have the right to limit what we give as far as public comments. And I think our role has in the past always allowing greater public comment. People who want to write to us and share their thoughts via email, that has always been a vehicle, but we have always given priority for people who showed up here. So those people want to communicate with us via email or U.S. Postal Service, that's fine. But I think the priority for this board that we've talked about in the past is to allow those who show up to talk. Please tell me if I'm wrong.
No, I would agree. I think somebody who makes the effort to come in person should get priority in speaking. I think that we could share others with the public by posting them on the website or finding some way. I think last time we read them into something, but I do think as far as letting somebody speak, somebody who takes the time to come in person, I believe should get priority.
Yeah, Mr. Rowland, could you come up, because I know we've had several conversations about public engagement and what the board can and cannot do.
The board has considerable latitude about how they accept public comment, in what form. They just can't limit the content of the speech or limit a particular group. So this is the discussion I understand the board is having right now to try to come to some sort of an understanding about, as a body, how they want to handle public comment. But there is some discretion there.
Well, we haven't even been consistent in the last couple of meetings. Normally, we have a 30-minute public comment, and if we decide that the board wants to hear more, we have had a consensus to extend it another 30 minutes or whatever. And we didn't do that in the last two meetings. We didn't even mention it. And I noticed on the agenda there is no 30 minutes on the public comment anymore. So I think just some consistency with what we've done, and we kind of just keep veering off and doing something different. So I think if we're going to do a forum like this, I think we need to be consistent, or spell out to the public how we're going to take public comment.
I'd like to make a comment if I could.
Go ahead, Lisa.
Yeah, I think just to the point of consistency, I agree with that generally speaking, but I do think the different topics that we have really show a rationale why there are sometimes different approaches to the public comment, because just the sheer numbers of comments that we get, sometimes we can take it depending on our agenda of the day, and sometimes we can't. So I don't want to be too critical of and leave an impression that there's a lack of consistency. I think there's actually a thoughtfulness about how we approach each of our meetings depending on the agenda that we have for the day. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
You know, and I think I would add that as long as I've been here, I don't think we've ever cut off public comment for those here in person, unless I'm not.
Yeah, we have.
Oh,
Yeah, we
since
have.
I've been here? Yeah.
I don't know if it's been
In
here.
person?
I don't
Since
re-
I've been here, yes, we have.
Oh, because I don't recall ever that we've always extended it to give everyone a chance to speak if they've taken the trouble to come visit.
Yeah, so, yeah, when I was board president, I always encouraged to go beyond the time period. We always gave the opportunity. I don't remember what Jack did or David Boyd, but in your 3 years, we've always given ample opportunity to allow people to speak way beyond the time period that we've allowed. And Mr. Rowland, just a real quick question, help me review. So in our board policy, we have two parts in our meeting. We have at the end and at the very front, two time periods and schedule for public comments. Can we limit them to a particular time period and 1, 2, or 3 minutes for each speaker? Are we allowed to do that?
Yes, you're allowed to limit the number of speakers, the length of the speaker, the place on the agenda where you place public comment. Speakers are speaking to items, they're also speaking in public comment, and I recall there being a couple times where we split public comment into two parts in a meeting.
Yeah.
So that the board has that kind of discretion. I just would always caution you to never try to limit the content of any particular type of speech. That's the real limitation. Sure.
Yeah, and for each board item, if someone wants to speak up at the board item, they don't have to speak at the public comment at the beginning and at the end of the meeting. They can talk before the action item is actually voted upon. So we've always done that as a general rule.
Dr. Williams, if I might, as I've been thinking about this, here's sort of the concern I have. If we're trying to limit public comment, let's say to an hour, and it's going to generate the kind of participation from the public I think it's going to generate, my concern is after an hour, only a fraction of the people who've shown up are going to be able to speak, and then we're trying to cut it off. And it's going to leave the rest of the room saying, hey, wait, I didn't get my chance. And I just wonder, maybe we're just better off saying, look, you can comment at our regular board meeting, you can send us emails, you can send us letters. Do we have to have public comment at this particular kind of forum? Because I'm afraid we're just going to open that box and not be able to, trying to stop it to kind of get on with the forum is going to leave a lot of people feeling left out. I don't know. That's just my thought.
Well, let me validate that. And again, we would never tell someone what to think or what to say, but Mr. Rowland just said that we can limit our time to public comments. We've also in the past in the California Healthy Youth Act, we gave like an hour or two at the end of the public forum and the expert opinions. At the very end, we gave a lot of time for more public comment. So, and we can do that if we decide that we want to continue. I don't have any problems with staying late.
I like that format where we decide that, maybe we'll do either 30 minutes or an hour before the experts and then honor their time. Some of them will have traveled, and then that those of us that are willing to stay until the rest, can speak. I would agree with that method.
The idea and concept is about more communication, transparency, and discussion, and community input. That's what this is all about.
So if I could just mention to the board, however you all decide to do it, it would be helpful to know that ahead of time, because we get a lot of calls from people throughout the county questioning what the process is going to be.
Yeah, I
And I think part of it with the forum, as you said, because when we had the last, you're trying to get to the panel because you've got invited people to come in and you've got your format and so forth. So I know we did limit the number of speakers because of the panel that we had, especially when we were doing Chi and some other things. So however you all do it over the next several meetings before it gets established, it would be extremely helpful so that we can also make sure that it's posted and that we are saying and communicating the accurate information to constituents. Because as you say, it's got 1 minute each and it's allotted 1 hour, but yet we have had more than 60 people making comments, on this subject over the course of several months. And so if there is this type of forum, I believe that we will anticipate, lots of people showing up and some people that haven't been here previously. So
No,
I just
agree.
want to
I
make
think
sure.
it's important to let them know ahead of time what the parameters are. I agree.
And also, this has Sparks and Williams' name on it, so I just want to, I'm not sure, you mentioned executive committee, so I know format-wise and some of the things we'll do for agenda setting, we'll be working with the executive committee, but because you all have your names, you and trustee Sparks, I want to make sure that we are
Right.
following.
So trustee Sparks is not, because of her duties, she's not going to be able to participate in the organization and administration of this community forum.
Okay.
So that'll just be the executive committee. And we'll bring something to the board in June. We'll get more specific. As a reminder, this was the same information that we gave out for the CHIA, and that came off with, I think, good organization. And so, anyway, any other further questions? It's now 8 o'clock. I'd like to move on with our.
I would make a motion to approve.
Okay, I've already made it.
Has it been seconded too? It
Yeah, I
has,
think
never
you
mind.
seconded
Okay.
it. We've had
Yep.
further discussion.
All right.
Okay.
Could I just make one more comment? I
Absolutely.
just quickly just randomly picked several agendas over the last couple of years. December 2nd of 2020, September 2nd of 2020, July 1st of 2020, March 4th of 2020, November 6th of 2019, May 8th of 2019. All of them had public comments in only 30 minutes. So if that's what's on the agenda, again, some consistency would be, I think gives a little credibility to the board if we're consistent in what we're doing.
Yeah, well, I think, Nina, when we created this agenda, we've always typically put 30 minutes, but, for whatever reason it was left off, I don't think it's of any great significance because we expanded public comments. There's nothing wrong with that. We didn't decrease it. So I think that was just something that was omitted during the process of the executive committee when we created the agenda.
And it could very well been an accident, but when the public is looking at an agenda and they don't see a time limit, like that poor woman thought she had 30 minutes. I don't know where that came from, but whatever. Just, again, some consistency for the public to Nina's point, if they're getting phone calls as to how the process works. I just think we need to be clear.
Very good. I agree.
And if we're going to say 30 minutes and then we decide we're going to put public comments at the end after our panelists are done, that's fine too, but we should let the public know that, the consensus of the board will be to extend the public comment if we choose to.
And maybe, that's a good point that Becky's making. Maybe we say 30 minutes and then maybe we put a little asterisk, maybe extended if the board makes that recommendation, some sort of language like that. How does everybody feel about that? I mean, that's what we do already in practice.
Yeah, I like the
That's what I'm saying.
flexibility.
So we've often done that in practice, but again, if we're going to publicize this as being a town hall or a forum of some sort, the public's going to expect to be engaged, and they're going to expect that we hear them out. And if we have a long line like we had, last month, and 20, 30 people went home, and they were frustrated, and then you had somebody come this week and say, I had to go home last time, but I'm here this time. So, again, some consistency and communication, I think, is important.
I think we all agree and we validate.
We do.
So Nina will work on that language.
I have it. Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, barring no further questions, we have a motion, a second. We'll take a roll call, Nina?
Trustee Sparks?
Yes.
Trustee Gomez?
Okay, I need to be, are we voting on the resolution, or are we voting on to have the forum?
We're voting on number 12. That's the.
It
ethics
incorporates all of it. So it's the forum and there's a resolution. So
Okay, if it includes the resolution, then I'm going to vote no.
the resolution is page 34 and 35. And then the forum is 36 and 37.
Correct.
Came as one item.
Okay, then I will vote no, if it includes that.
Okay, very good.
Trustee Shaw,
Yes.
Vice President Markey,
Yes.
and President Williams.
Yes, very good. Motion passes 4-1. Moving on with action item number 3, board statement.
That's 13, right?
That's 13. I will make the motion since I am the maker of this. My motion will include the language changes which you all have in your red folder, which is to delete the last 4 sentences of the first paragraph. Otherwise, this item remains the same, and I think everybody should have that new language. And basically, the reason for this was because at the last meeting, a lot of people had the impression that we were involved in Brown Act violations, passing vaccine mandates, and a lot of other nonsense and false information. And this was a statement which was erroneously fabricated by the Orange County Register that we're trying to undermine Dr. Chow, but in reality, what this is doing is just saying what really happened, that the board wasn't involved in any Brown Act violation. And I think that the new language is much softer, and I think it's more direct and takes away some of the controversy. And yet it does make a statement that the board does stand against mandatory vaccinations, particularly school-age children. The board has repeatedly proven itself to be a strong supporter of parental rights, and vehemently condemns and opposes any effort to curtail parents' authority to make the best choices for their children. And that schools are for the inculcating facts and knowledge and not advancing vaccine mandates for children who are at very little risk of the COVID-19 pathogen. So I think this language is a little bit better. I make that motion. I'll need a second
I will
on that.
second your motion.
Okay, second on that. Very good.
Dr. Williams, can I make a suggestion? I know people have been interested in this statement. Would it be okay to read actually the new language in that first paragraph, perhaps?
Absolutely. So let me do that. That's a good point. So the new language, again, the first paragraph is shortened and the last 4 sentences are removed. So I'll read it out loud for the record. The Orange County Board of Education Board takes great pride in granting the public a meaningful platform to make their opinions known. Before the April 7th, 2021 regularly scheduled board meeting, over 200 community members attended an impromptu rally at the County Office of Education. Although no action item was on the board agenda, during the public comment portion of the agenda, over 100 county residents requested to speak to the board. Subsequent public remarks reflected outrage and were critical over earlier comments allegedly made by county officials. So it's a lot softer, and I think probably better.
I would agree.
Okay, so we have a motion, a second. Any thoughts? Otherwise, I will,
Well, I still have a problem with the word allegedly. There's discussion that what was reported was not really said. So again, I have some issues with this, so.
Well,
again,
I appreciate what Becky's saying. You know, we heard it even during our public comments again this evening. There seemed to be comments on both sides. You know, he said this, he didn't say that. My position would be, and I'm glad you brought this up, that I wasn't on the Zoom. I don't know what was said or wasn't said, and I can't speak intelligently to that, and I think anyone who wasn't on that Zoom call can't speak intelligently to that, but what we can do as a board is say what we are for or against. And there are allegations that were comments made, and obviously Dr. Chow can speak for himself, and he doesn't work for us. We don't speak for him, he doesn't speak for us, but we can, there have been those allegations. So I think this comment, this statement is accurate, and, perhaps he didn't make any of those comments or didn't intend them the way they may have sounded, and that's fair. And I think I would personally just defer to him to let him answer for himself, but that's really not our role to condemn or defend him. He can speak for himself, but you're correct. He has denied in making any of those allegations, and that's fine as far as I'm concerned. People can decide. Actions speak louder than words, right? Isn't that the old saying? So if he's not intending to have any kind of vaccination program without parents' consent, then great. And so be it.
Thank you. Lisa, do you have anything to say out there?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay, Mary?
No, I'm good. I think I've said enough. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Okay, I have nothing to say. Okay, all those in favor, will be a roll call vote.
Trustee Sparks?
Yes.
Trustee Gomez?
No.
Trustee Shaw?
Yes.
Trustee Barkey?
Yes.
And President Williams?
Yes. Okay, moving on to item number 14, which is the resolution against digital vaccine passports. I'll make that motion since I'm the maker and creator of this. I'll need a second.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Discussion.
Yes. There currently is a registry for immunizations in the state of California. That's a health and safety code. So I think this is a little out of place, for lack of anything else. Schools and caregivers have the opportunity to look at whether or not a child has immunizations. It's already in place. It's been in place for a number of years. So schools, child care facilities, family care homes, county welfare departments, to carry out the responsibilities required immunization for attendance or participation in benefits or in attending school. So I'm not sure what the point of this resolution is.
Well, the point is it's taking a leadership role in something that is very invasive and controversial and runs afoul of personal health data. Once this concept gets going, it's like a wildfire, and it just continues to grow. And unfortunately, right now, this digital passport is being promoted globally. It's led by the former Prime Minister of England, Tony Blair, and it has the potential problem for a lot of trouble, a lot of loss of personal data. Data identity will be lost, and so to come out publicly against this is, I think, important, because they will be, I predict, and I've read that this is not going to stop. That yellow card that we have for vaccinations that we typically show the schools and whatever organization, that has been something that has been used for my 35 years of professional medical practice, and I think it's a good practice, and I think it does well, and it tells people what type of vaccinations. But the digital passport is an entirely different monster, and unfortunately, if we don't stop and make it an issue and come out against it and bring the public's attention to it, they're going to require kids to have this digital vaccine passport. So that's why I put it on. I think the current system works very well. Unfortunately, there are globalists and people who want to get personal identity. Those are the proponents who, and the think tanks and the travel industry that want to get this data and put it on your cell phone. And I just don't think that's right.
Well, I'm all for medical privacy. That's my background. I wouldn't want information shared willy-nilly. I mean, it's a person's private information. And, you know, those little yellow cards, I bet if we all asked where those are for our children, half of us wouldn't know. And so where are they? They're probably not private.
I know where
anymore.
mine are.
Yeah, I'm saying half, maybe this half.
I know where mine are.
Maybe we're the half that knows. But I know where my children's are too. But I don't advocate for a passport, but I don't think that this is the place to do that.
We're not advocating for it. Actually, we're opposing it. And we're making a very public stand.
Can I have one question, if I may?
Yes?
The yellow card vaccines, are those vaccines all FDA approved?
Vaccines have to be FDA approved to be given.
Right.
The current COVID-19 vaccinations, the ones that are out there, are under the emergency authorization use.
Right, exactly. So that's the question that I had. I wanted to sunshine because my understanding is they're currently not FDA approved. Whereas if we're comparing what's on the yellow card, the MMRs and so forth, my understanding is those have all been FDA approved. So that it's kind of apple and oranges argument.
Yeah, well, I don't know if there's any legal basis for what you put on that yellow card or the dates that you put on there. I mean, that's strictly a personal record for parents to keep of their child's vaccinations. It's a very personal document. I don't know if there's any laws that mandate a certain order or whether it's a COVID emergency authorization use that you can put a vaccine on there. I suppose there's lots of vaccines that you can get that aren't even required in this world.
Right, and they may not be on that yellow card either, if we're talking about the yellow card. If you're traveling to certain parts of the world, you get certain additional vaccines. They're not necessarily going to be recorded on a yellow card.
Yeah, you may need a hepatitis A or some sort of like rare virus that you get when you travel to a third world country, like typhus. So you can put anything on this card. I don't think the card restricts you. I think it's just a reflection of and record of what you received.
Right. Well, I think what Dr. Sparks-Lisa is trying to say is that this is very different, and that's why we're looking at this as a resolution, because it's not approved and it's experimental, and that's, I think, what makes it a bigger concern to us. Does that sound right?
Yeah, I'm just asking the questions that I think parents would be asking if they were, asking questions.
If I might, Doctor, I guess maybe I've been in elected office a while, and I've kind of seen things get misreported sometimes, and I'm concerned someone's going to look at this item and maybe misrepresent what we're doing here this evening. So I just want to make it very clear, and I'm pretty sure I understand the intent of this, but I don't want anyone to think that we were in any way, shape, or form discouraging the use or the use of vaccines or discouraging people from getting vaccinated. All we're saying with this is making it mandatory and having this passport, if you will, the quote unquote health passport. So, but I don't want anyone listening to our meeting thinking, oh my gosh, the Board of Education is discouraging people from getting a COVID-19 vaccination. And I have taped messages in my city encouraging people to get vaccinated. But I'm not advocating that they become mandatory for children to attend school or that there's a passport. So to me, I think I'm being perfectly consistent, and I think it would be a good idea. Generally, I mean, I have my kids all fully vaccinated on everything that the doctor recommends, and that's a great thing. So I'm just wanting to state that for the record here that, we're not discouraging people from getting vaccinated against COVID-19 or any other disease where there's a vaccine available.
Yeah, and I think the second to the last paragraph, therefore, the OCBE, Orange County Board of Education, declares its opposition to vaccine or health digital passports, mandatory COVID-19 vaccinations, or any future legal use of digital documentation of health records. So I think your point is well made. Personally, I'm a big advocate of the vaccine. As you know, the last meeting, I had some pretty significant side effects, but hey, I'm protected, and I'm a big advocate of vaccination. Not everybody likes that, but I believe in vaccines. I got all my kids vaccinated, although I will not get the chickenpox vaccination because I know how bad that can be. But chickenpox won't kill me. Anyway, I'm digressing. Any further questions on this? It's now 8:25. I'd like to get moving and finish up our meeting here.
I'd like to make a motion for a roll call vote.
Okay. Okay, so Nina, roll call.
Trustee Sparks?
Yes.
Trustee Gomez?
No.
Trustee Shaw?
Yes.
Trustee Barkey?
Yes.
And President Williams?
Yes. Okay. Item passes 4-1. Moving on to board item number 15, which is the opposition, probably the most important and something very personal to me, is opposing this terrible bill, AB 1316 by Mr. Patrick O'Donnell. I think AB 1505 from last year, which really hurt charter schools. We thought that was going to be the end of it all, but 1316 came, and this is the one that's going to destroy charter. So this is a bad bill. I did change, by the way, I did change the language to, and let me get that to you, in the last, therefore, included in my motion.
It's in your red folders.
It's in your red folders. I did change it to denounces Assembly Bill 1316. I removed O'Donnell. So that new language is a little bit softer, and that's part of my motion. So I'll need a second on that motion.
I will second the motion.
Okay.
Can I go ahead and read that last one, Ken?
Absolutely.
Since it got
Yeah.
changed. Therefore, the OCBE opposes Assembly Bill 1316 that weakens California's great charter schools, and the board strongly opposes AB 1316 because of its imposition of devastating restrictions and additional costs on California's charter schools. So that is different than the way it read originally in the staff report, for anyone listening.
Right. So you have that. We have a motion second. Any further discussion on this resolution?
Yeah, there were so many duplicates on these bullet points. It was very difficult to read because I kept reading the same thing over and over. So could we get this cleaned up? And I'd like to have it cleaned up and then brought back.
Please point out.
Well, if you look at the top of page 2, and then you look at the third bullet point from the bottom, those are the same thing. If you look at 1, 2, 3, the third bullet point, that's duplicated on the very bottom of the resolution. And if you look at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the 5th, 6th, and 7th are repeated on the third page.
Okay, could you go over that?
Well, I mean, you have to proofread this stuff. I mean, if you proofread it, you'll see that there's duplicates all over the place.
I don't
It's
think
just
they're
kinda
exact duplicates. I think there's some things that are reinforced, but I don't think they're exact duplicates.
The first one on page 2, the top, and the third one from the bottom.
They're not duplicates.
They're not really duplicates. It's a little bit different.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they're very different, actually.
Right,
What
and I'm
were the
looking at
next
same
ones?
bullet points I am then.
No, they are, I think they're word for word the same. On page 46.
Yep. Oh,
what-
I'm
the-
on
the-
page 2.
Well, or 2 of this resolution where it says, whereas AB 1316 for non-classroom-based charter schools.
I would be happy to consider this at the next meeting if all the duplicates could be removed so I know what I'm reading and it's clear what we're voting on.
So that's a fair point, and I would argue that you're voting against AB 1316, and if you read the bill, you find out that a lot of what's in here is in that bill. I don't mind taking out some of the language here, because there's a lot of whereas, there's a lot of
We'll
time
just take
went
out the
into this.
duplicates is all I'm asking.
Okay, so let's do that now so we get rid of it and pass it. Because this bill is going to further along in the legislative process, and it needs to get going.
So I'm still confused about how on the second page, the first one and the 1/3 from the bottom are exactly the same. Or is it 4th up from the bottom? Is that why I'm having trouble? No.
Here, I'll show you.
Look at this one, though. It's easier to look at page 2. Is that the same? Oh, okay. Well, this is different than what I'm looking at. This one is different than this one.
I'm looking at the one that's in our packet.
But on page, if you're looking at the revised one that was in your red folder, then it's the first one and the 4th bullet from the bottom. So Mary, you're correct. The first bullet and the 4th
Okay,
one from the
that's
bottom
why,
are the
okay.
same. If you're looking at page 2 and not looking at what's
Okay.
in the packet.
Gotcha. That's why. Okay. So it's the 4th one up. Okay.
So on page 2, the first paragraph, the first whereas is the same as the,
4th up.
4th one from the bottom.
okay. Yeah, that's the same. And is there any other ones that are the same?
Yeah, there's about 4 or 5 of them that are the same.
So which other ones is it?
Which other?
Oh, seriously? We're going to proofread? Why isn't this stuff proofread before it gets in our packet?
Well,
This is
you know
silly.
why? Because we don't have anybody that gets paid to do this.
Well, who wrote it?
I did.
Well,
So the second one and the 3rd one from the bottom. appear
4th
to-
on page 2. 4th from the bottom. 1, 2, 3, 4.
So we've already done that one. I'm saying the second bullet and the 3rd one from the bottom.
Okay.
But they're using the one that was in the red folder. Which is the revision.
Okay.
is there an urgency to this before the next meeting?
I see. There is.
I hope you'll excuse me, but I can give you a bit of information if you don't mind.
I do mind.
just-
We're doing board
it's just
board
about-
business now, Judge Riddell, and you're out
I
of order.
understand.
Public comments are not now.
No, I wasn't making a comment. It's just going to tell you about the timing of this bill.
You know what? Let's do this. I'm going to, Becky, would you like to help me edit this? And would you vote for it if it was cleaned up?
Well, I'll consider it if it's edited. If you can give it to me electronically, I can show you where all the errors.
Yeah, I can. You know what? I found them here too. There's just a whole section of them.
Okay. So will you work on this with me?
Yes, I will work on it.
I know you're busy, so am I, but this is very important. This is
Okay, well,
the
I
whole
will
reason why we're
work
here
on
to
it
support
to
charter.
clean it up and bring it back.
Okay.
Okay.
So I thank you for that. Appreciate it. I will withdraw my motion, and you'll withdraw your support in second, Mary?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to lay this on the table, make the motion to lay it on the table, bring it back to the June, is it June 2nd? And our good colleague, Becky Gomez, is going to be helping me with the editing. And,
If you can send it to me electronically, it'd be way easier.
okay, Nina, do you have it electronically, this new one?
What was sent?
Yeah,
Yes.
what was sent?
We
In
have
our-
the
in our red
electronic
packet?
version
Talking
of
about
what.
the one that was on our red folder.
Yes, we have that. We can send that tomorrow.
Okay, thank you, Nina. Okay, so it's laid on the table. And I don't think there's a vote necessary to lay it on the table. So we will bring it back next week. Thank you, Becky, for bringing that up, and I appreciate the board's understanding. Moving on with our board recommendations, item number 16. We had a typo at last month's meeting. We used the Education Code 104-2C rather than D, and it was brought to our attention by the good Judge Riddle. So we're bringing it back under the recommendations of our council, and we're using the correct code. So I will make the motion to adopt and approve action item number 16. I'll need a second on that.
I'll second that.
Second. Any discussion?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm looking at page 51 in our packet. About, under number 4, statements about if required to present a response to a Public Records Act request. So would this attorney be doing this, or would Greg Rowland be doing responses to Public Records Act requests?
Mr. Rowland? So could you, just so I can understand your question again, that's on page 3 of the contract, number 4, statements?
Correct.
And
Towards the bottom, about if required to present in response to a Public Records Act request. My question is, who is going to be responsible for those responses, whether it's going to be Mr. Rowland or it's going to be Ms. Chidester? Because we've had a few that have not been responded to timely for different reasons. So I want to be clear about whose responsibility that's going to be.
I would love to respond to Public Records Act requests. I really would. It's the will of the board where they assign these. I'm sure Ms. Schydester has that in her contract, so she's being comprehensive and it's included in her contract. Whatever, I hope you choose me, but it's the will of the board wherever they want to assign those things.
And you made a statement that we've been untimely. Could you be more specific than that?
Well, I
Because
think there was-
Mr. Rowland has been very conscientious about getting back to medical records public records requests. There's been a moment where we couldn't find a contract, and that was that one contract with Mr. Bob Tyler. But other than that, I think Mr.
I think
Rowland,
there was,
you've
I
been
think
pretty
there was
good.
one other one that I think we were late on. So I can't recall off the top of my head. I'd have to go through my notes. But my point is that if we need to be sure we're responding, and I don't want it to get lost that Ms. Chidester was supposed to do it, and she thought Mr. Rowland was going to do it, and Mr. Rowland thought she was going to do it, and then we end up late.
Why don't you just send them all to me? Seriously. I'm very happy to do it, and we've been responding in a timely way, and if there's a mistake made, I should be held responsible for that, so.
Well, I just want to bring that to the board's attention so that if that comes up again, then we have clear direction as to what, or that we need to give clear direction, I guess is probably better said. Okay. My next thing, and Mr. Rowland, probably you can answer this too, on the next section under conflicts, that the attorney shall promptly notify the OCBE in writing of any direct conflicts and the OCB's options in such case. I know that that's a normal practice, that conflicts are looked at whenever they retain something. But maybe you could explain that a little bit to me?
That means if Ms. Scheidester is engaged and asked to do an assignment where she would have, it pertains to one of her current or former clients, that she notify you and the former client about the potential conflict.
Okay, and then we at that point would determine whether or not we want to go with, with our
Right.
understanding of the conflict, that we're okay with her representing us.
Correct.
we
If there's a
decide we-
conflict with the board or department, they would have to make that decision. Ms. Scheidester formally represented the department and terminated that contract, but if there was something pertaining there too, she may want to notify us.
Okay. And then on page 5 of the contract, 53 in our packet, number 10, files and ownership of documents. This kind of goes back to that contract that we couldn't locate. If we, the board, request and deliver closed files to the OCBE, where would those files reside?
Are you asking me where Ms. Scheidester will retain documents provided to her by the board or by the department?
Well, this says OCBE's request. So if we request files, where will those files reside?
I don't know. I don't have any idea about the way Ms. Scheidester retains records. I think that speaks to that the documents of the board are the documents of the board, and Ms. Scheidester's not going to keep them if you request them back from her.
So if we request them, say the president, whoever the president is, requests them, where will those files reside?
Well, typically, any of the contracts that we've had, we've given them to Nina, and she has kept them. This one, Nina, please help me out. You do have the contract, I assume?
Yes, sir.
Both with both signatures on it, with
Correct.
Scheidester and myself, correct?
Yes.
So I made an extra effort to give that to Nina. So that's typically where we keep our documents with Nina. I have no idea where you keep them.
Well, we keep them in the board records, but they also are in our, we send them forward to contracts because that's how they get paid. So they need the actual contract as part of the auditing process for payment, so.
Well, I understand the contracts part, but what this says on this page is talking about delivering closed files to the OCBE. And my question is, where will those closed files reside? Do you keep those even if, what about confidentiality?
Right. It's the genesis of the question isn't about the contract document itself, correct? It's about board documents,
Right.
board paper.
Right.
We've traditionally kept the board documents in locked files, but we have not had a separation. So when you're saying confidential files, they've been documents that we can see. They haven't been something that we can't see.
Right, that's my point.
Right. So from that standpoint, any documents like the litigation, the past litigation that you have, we don't have any of the board documents related to that litigation. Your counsel has those documents, and where they keep those, have to ask Mr. Brenner. I don't know. We don't have any of the documentation related to that. That would have been your confidential documents.
Sure.
Right.
Attorney-client privilege
Correct.
documents, that's held by the attorney, right?
Right.
Yeah, but then on the next page, if you look at the next page, you're talking about a 1-year period from the closure of the files, that the attorney shall have no further obligation to retain the files. And again, wouldn't, if the board is going to have a separate attorney, wouldn't they want those files? But then if they do want those files, where are they going to reside to maintain the confidentiality?
Again, I can't speak to Ms. Scheidester's practices. In our firm, they are retained in a separate computer entity. It's just a completely different, they're on each lawyer's computer, so they have access to them, but they're double and triple copied and kept in a database, so we could keep them forever if you wanted them.
Well, I don't want them.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just talking about the confidentiality because, again, we have separate attorneys. I'm concerned about where those files will reside to maintain the confidentiality.
Fair concern. Are you concerned about Herb sharing them with me or with?
No, if this board has her as an attorney, separate from Mr. Rial, those documents are confidential, attorney-client privilege, right? So my question is, to maintain their confidentiality, where will they reside?
Okay, okay, that's a fair question, and that's a question for Ms. Schidester. I just don't know how her office works.
And if I could interject, if I understand trustee Gomez's concern, because it's limiting it to 1 year, if you all are no longer using Ms. Chidester for whatever reason, and you're using someone else, then the concern is those documents are housed with Ms. Chidester for 1 year, but then after that, where are the documents? And so that would be something that the board may want to follow up on.
I'd
to ask those
be happy to
questions.
follow up with her about that,
Yeah,
whether they're destroyed or purged or,
Yeah, I think we need some clarity to maintain the
Perfect.
confidentiality.
I have her on my call list anyway, so I'll check into that.
All right.
Okay, any further questions?
Yeah, I would just like those questions answered before I will approve this document or this contract, so.
Okay, I'm going to call for the question. Donna, roll call?
Okay, so I'm sorry, I was doing your other document. Who actually made the motion?
I made the motion.
And who seconded?
I
Ms.
did.
Marion.
Thank you very much. I'm caught up.
Okay, roll call.
Trustee Sparks?
Yes.
Trustee Gomez?
No.
Trustee Shaw?
Yes.
Vice President Barkey?
Yes.
And President Williams?
Yes. Okay, moving on with the meeting. We're almost over. Legislative updates, Nina, Becky, you're on these committees. Anything we should know about?
Well, I've totally lost my agenda, but no, there's no update since the last meeting. We do have a upcoming meeting, I believe, next week, so I'll have a report for the next time.
Okay, very good. Tim, our committee meeting, we decided not to do anything this month. This is for the website design. The staff is working on that, and they'll have something next month. Nina, if you can help me
Yes,
out
as soon
there.
as I get notice from the team that's working on that, I'll be contacting you all to set up another meeting in between, and I'll give you an update in terms of the status of where they are on that.
Very, very
Terrific.
good. There's no executive committee update. I think we said it all today. Any other board member comments?
Just one real quick. Just want to acknowledge all our teachers. It's Teacher Appreciation Week. So thank you for all you do in the classroom and for our students. And I just want to say thank you very much to the staff for the tribute to Jack Bedell. A very small tribute to someone who served this county very, very well. I was honored to be at his service, and it was just a wonderful service, and I wish his family well.
Very good. Thank you.
If I
Becky.
could as well as the 4th District trustee, Dr. Bedell's my immediate predecessor, and I didn't have a chance to get to know him too well, but I'll share one story. It was kind of fun. I think it was in 2018, the election, and I was going door to door, campaigning, looking for votes, and I was coming through Fullerton, and the door swings open, and it's Jack Bedell. I knew him a little bit, but he's the Tim, and he comes walking out onto his porch, and he gives me a big old hug. I thought, well, hello, Dr. Bedell. How are you? So good to run into you. I didn't realize I was knocking on your door, but he just greeted me with a hug, and was so happy to see me. And he was always just that way, I think, with people, just very warm, and I was very sad to hear of his passing, and join with you, Becky, in wishing his family the best.
Very good. Anything else? Public comments, anything left? None?
I don't have them, so I
Okay.
don't know. Okay.
Okay, very good. Motion to adjourn?
So moved.
So move second. Meeting is adjourned.